Not too late, right, guys? I wasn't catwalked this time. I was fixing some stuff with the setup, but we're good now. I'm feeling solid. Happy to see y'all. Oh, fuck, I forgot to get my tea. I did forget something. I was bound to, but... yeah, I might have to go grab that, actually. Or I'll just wait for Ben to get back and then have him do it. It's funny. The camera settings look great because I moved back to the old camera because I was tired of swapping things around constantly. I still love the other camera, but I'm not going to keep that up here for now because I like using it for everything I do. And having, like, the reason I had two cameras was so I could leave one up here, and I don't want to leave the best one up here. No offense. Y'all deserve really good content. But the S5 II and the S1 II are, when you're sitting in a fixed room like this, they look close enough. No one's going to care. I did not see the news, Dan. I will absolutely help you with that. Trying to think companies I know off the top of my head. We'll find you something like ASAP. Hit me up tomorrow because stream, and I'm dead at the end of stream. I know you did hit me up last time, but I saw it and then had a bunch of other shit. I really want to help with that though. You deserve a really fucking good job. Yeah, Christian, if you're here, can you get us like start a chat with Dan to see what you can help find for him too? If you're not here, if you're not already in touch with Glassy, Dan, do that. Get in touch with him. He's starting to help me manage the insane number of people I'm trying to help get jobs and the insane number of companies I'm trying to help fill. You're probably thinking of G2I 473. Great platform. Yeah, I did see the Figma IPO. Well, Darko, I'm sorry about the fake stuff. Unduck's not dead. I need to figure out what we're doing with it, though. I finally set it up so I can like put it in an org and do code review proper. It's a couple little things I want to do. Mark is currently judging. I plan to do a bunch more too. We're still going through the first pass of like filtering for the best ones, and then we're going to sit and just do the best ones. Plan is to have announcement for everything by Friday. Subnautica 2 looking screwed is really scary. Did Unknown Worlds? Oh God, no. Hot take. This is partially because of the engine change. They had no real reason to switch off of Unity. I obviously am an Unreal Engine and Epic fanboy, but they had no reason to move to Unreal Engine. And I think that's a big part of why the development was slower than they expected. But also, yeah, this is an acquisition where they want to lower costs. I need to send this to somebody. One sec. Love how half my apps don't use the pass-through audio. They just insist on using the wrong audio. Very fun. Also, if you guys could remind me at around 3 p.m., I need to check for my invite for Skate. Let's open AI newsroom news today. Oh boy. Gonna be a fun day. Jealous, Nate. Not all of us have been that early in it. I played the hacky illegal leaked one right when it dropped like 3 years ago, but I haven't much touched any of it since. And by much I mean not at all. I did see the Matt Pocock video on Effect. My Effect deep dive is happening. I looked into this more and figured out why they did it. I don't like the reason, but I get it. I plan on having a longer conversation with them, but I did actually look into this after stream last week. Kagi's good, but it's so slow that I hate it. An update on the Deno versus Oracle? Oh boy. Array from array. Array from async and array is error. All cool stuff. Happy that's all making it in. And Microsoft layoffs. Jesus Christ. World's imploding today. See the contributors? There's something particular in here that you think is interesting about contributors? Oh, Copilot itself, lol. Aha. Yeah, that's funny. One commit. This looks like fun. Oh boy. That's almost certainly going to be a video. Enable priority. React is insane. Thanks for that link. I read YouTube chat. It's just very buggy, so I don't pay as much attention to it. The Project Vend was really funny. I don't know if I have enough to say on that for it to be a good video, but it was a very funny project. There's a new Gemini logo. Is it less boring? No, it's not. It's not bad, but it's not great. Any other like breaking news stuff going on? Yeah, paper crawl is really cool. The new Google logo was a huge change that I actually really liked. Yeah, the Figma AWS bill was fucking crazy. It was $300K. So they're spending $109 million a year average on AWS, and their revenue's only 200 something mil. Over half their revenue is to that. Okay, I know the formatting I want for this. Makes. I saw it in the Verge article. 228 million a year. This last line funny? I think this last line is funny. Like, how are our profit margins within the same realm as Figma's? $0.07 per monthly active user. That's pretty fucking insane. Ah. Man, making infrastructure commitments 5 years down the line based on growth is very scary to me. Like, committed spend is a terrifying thing. Yeah. I see NMG. I'll talk with them more about it. It just needs to be like the right time. I can't randomly bring it up. Yeah, getting the usage stuff is not easy. New Quen blog. This is interesting. Definitely worth a read later. Yeah, if you don't mind, NMG. New Keith. Yeah, I saw the Perplexity Ultra plan too. The prices for some of those are crazy. Yeah, I have this one saved. Don't worry, that'll be almost certainly some content. I saw that. It was nuts. Okay. I did post about this. I don't know how I would make this into content. I haven't recorded the why I quit local first vid. It's gonna piss off a lot of people. This was really funny. I think we have everything we need. It is tempting to talk about this. I'll likely have to cover that one. We haven't started doing videos, us, John. Don't worry. I do not have an article list. I feel like every time somebody does one of these things, it fails really aggressively, so I'm skeptical. The only thing I've seen like that is any good is the OSS pledge that Sentry did. Why do I like Convex so much after shitting on Firebase in the past? Because Firebase is bad and Convex is good. Like, it is that simple. Like, Convex is configured fully via code. It lives in your code base. It doesn't have the massive weird spikes in cost based on usage that Firebase has. It doesn't encourage you to set things up in a super insecure way, the way that Firebase does. The biggest difference by far is that the access layer is code that you write instead of access being a thing you just do. Firebase exposes all of your data, and then the client can access it however it wants. Convex requires you to write server-side functions that you use to access the data. They're fundamentally different from that reason alone, but there's so many other layers of why Firebase sets you up for failure, Convex sets you up for success. Like, it really does come down to that. Yeah, if you're using Firebase, you look at Convex and you can't see the difference between them, then you're using Firebase wrong and your shit's super insecure. What do you mean webhooks are hard for Convex? They're actually really easy. It's one of the things I like most about Convex. Yep, my don't tap the sign take is a good way to validate a different database layer. Okay. I'm thinking for today, we have to get out the Postgres. We have to get out Figma going public. I'd like to get out React is insane. I increasingly want to get out this guy. I love Dunkin' Donuts so much. I miss it dearly. It's one of the worst parts about being out here. I've not read these. Looks interesting. You have my attention. I will save that. Let me do my offset marker quick and then we'll get started. Offset 003235 we'll aim for. Cool. Yes, Tanner was a big part of me getting convex pilled. Is it hot on SF? A bit. Is it common to have AC? Not really. Just because it only gets hot for like 2 to 4 days a year out here, and it's usually in weird times like September. Yeah, this look good. Okay, cool. We are using one convex component, yes. Did I forget to send that? That's fine. Okay. Yes, we will definitely be hanging with Nolan. I will be talking about my thoughts on Postgres momentarily. That's part of why we're all here. Is using convex for a social media app good? Almost certainly yes. When is it not good? When you're doing a lot of stuff with data outside of the app layer. So like if you're like running a bunch of Go code in the background that is like orchestrating recommendations or is tracking a bunch of shit. Like if your data is being accessed somewhere outside of the application layer for much of anything in a way that's like not, you can just replicate it somewhere else, that would be rough. If you want to just dump all of the convex data somewhere else to do analytics and whatnot, it's fine. But having like one database that you use for lots of different things, that's when the convex model starts to be less great. Convex might have a Go client. I haven't looked into it, but the mental model is the thing that wouldn't fit very well. Because like the mental model of convex is your application owns your DB, which most of the time is true. You should let the application own the DB if you can. And if you can't, you know that you should handle that accordingly. Cool. Let's get this started. Let's do it. I have a rough flow for how I want to start this one. I want to make sure I get it right, though. So I changed DBs here. So I changed DBs again. I know, I need to stop doing this, but I saw all of the comments. Everybody's been telling me forever I need to just use Postgres. So you know what? It's time. I finally decided we are going to move all of our infrastructure over to Postgres. I know, crazy. You're probably really surprised about this, but you're not as surprised, right? I know this is kind of crazy. You're all surprised about this. I am not a big Postgres fan, but I am a fan of one particular thing in the database scene. You probably already know about it. PlanetScale. I love them so much. They make databases much easier to work with, much faster, and they scale incredibly well. I was really sad when I had to move off of PlanetScale because I needed a better synchronization engine for managing all of the stuff going on in T3 chat. So your chats would be in the right place at the right time, and they would sync between devices and all these other complex features. That move was sad for me because it meant that we were moving away from the thing I love, know, and trust so much, PlanetScale. So I did what any person with a lot of connections would do. I tried to force those two to kiss. I went out of my way to try and push Convex and PlanetScale to start talking. And then something weird happened. PlanetScale announced PlanetScale for Postgres. Yeah, I did not see this one coming. I don't know if anyone saw this one coming. But part of the announcement, as with all announcements from PlanetScale, is that this isn't just a thing we're putting out. This is a thing that's already being used. When PlanetScale dropped Metal earlier this year, they announced it alongside all of the people who were already using it at that time, including companies like T3 Chat, companies like Square, and many, many more. They did that again here, but the company they announced it with is very interesting. Convex has made the move. This is a wild change for a bunch of reasons, from the performance gap between PlanetScale and everybody else in the Postgres scene, to the shift away from MySQL and Vitess as their end-all be-all solution, to the fact that I'm now technically using Postgres again. I never thought I would see the day, but here we are. There's a lot to talk about here. But here we are. There's a ton to talk about here. I can't wait to do it. And even though these companies do pay me sometimes, they're not paying me for this. Someone's got to cover the bill. So a quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. So there's a crazy what, where, and why in this one. I'm going to do my best to break it down. Okay. I think the best place to start, as we do with almost every rant about Postgres, is one about MySQL. Why did PlanetScale bet so hard on MySQL? The truth is they didn't. While they did use MySQL very heavily, and that is the thing that most of us use PlanetScale for, MySQL was not the technology that they bet on. The technology they bet on is a tech called Vitess. It is the best I can simply put it is, imagine Kubernetes for your database. It is a way to automatically split, fragment, and distribute and shard your database so that your MySQL DB can scale way better. It was originally built at YouTube in order to make their database layer scale. The people who built it went to GitHub, made the almost exact same thing there, and they realized, oh, this is a service, we should probably sell this, and then they formed PlanetScale. PlanetScale is a company built around the scalability of Vitess, making a simple, reliable third-party solution that you can use as your database engine for everything. Vitess is the key to a lot of what PlanetScale did, and it's a huge part of how they got where they are today. So the reason they picked MySQL is the strength of Vitess and the generally more composable nature of MySQL, where like the pieces of MySQL are more separated internally, so it's easier to change out parts, to swap out parts, to integrate around it. Postgres is much more tightly bound. All the parts kind of come together. And yes, I see chat saying how confusing it is. There's Vite, Vitest, in Vitesse, there's also a Vitesse with an E at the end, which is a docs generator. Yeah, this is from AntFoo. So you got a lot of Vitesses, but we're talking about the database Vitesse right now. So hopefully that helps answer why MySQL. It's the thing that they built all of this tech around. But they did make one other change this year. I mentioned it earlier. PlanetScale Metal. PlanetScale Metal PlanetScale Metal is a huge part of what's making PlanetScale so fast now. The simple way to put it is that they are unlocking the I/O layer on the database. Or actually, I have a different way I want to frame this. Okay, let's retake on that. The two. So question 2 then, based on this being Vitesse, would obviously be, how'd they make Postgres so fast? Did they build a new Vitesse type thing for Postgres? They're working on that. Funny enough, the PlanetScale co-founder also left and is now at Supabase doing the same thing. Neither have made much progress as far as I've seen. In fact, the open source repo that Supabase put up for their Vitesse Postgres thing is just a README right now. So how did PlanetScale make their Postgres layer so fast? This actually comes down to a change that they made earlier this year that I hinted at a bit before. And it also has to do with the shirt that I am wearing underneath this nice fancy collared shirt. IOPS. What the hell are we talking about with IOPS? It's I/O. What does I/O have to do with any of this? Well, you gamers will love this part, because one of the big things PlanetScale did is they moved everything over to using local NVMe drives. This is key. These local NVMe drives are PCI based, which means that they are effectively going straight to the CPU, skipping a ton of steps, drastically lowering latency, drastically speeding things up. It's pretty nuts how much faster things can be if you use NVMe drives on the machines that are actually doing the CPU work. Well, why isn't everybody doing this? The harsh reality is that most places separate the storage from the compute. So you have these compute pieces, like these random servers. So I'll just name them CPU 1, CPU 2, CPU 3, etc. And then you have a big storage blob in the back. And this is where all of these things get their input and output from. So if you send a query to your server, it goes to the CPU. CPU via network connects to a persistent storage. So something like S3. It's usually not S3, but it's something like that, where you have something that is a resilient storage layer. Why would you do that, though? Why wouldn't you just use whatever storage is attached to the computer that has that CPU on it? This is part of both the benefit and the cost of using something like AWS. At any time, any one of these nodes can die. You never know if or when that's going to happen. That sucks. That sucks really, really hard. Because if you store something in one of these and it hasn't been shared with the other machines yet, and then it dies, that data's gone forever. And that is not fun at all. It's actually a whole blog post. They actually have a really fun blog post about this by Benjamin that I've been meaning to make a video about for a while, of how fast different storage solutions are and how many nanoseconds it takes to do a read or a write on these different devices. The key about this is volatile and non-volatile storage. Things that are in your CPU registers or cache or even your things that are in your CPU registers, cache, or even RAM are all volatile and it could disappear at any point. Non-volatile storage is your disk. The problem is that, again, you never know on a service like AWS when one of your boxes is going to die. So putting your storage there would just break constantly. What if I told you that PlanetScale was built to let things break constantly? What if I told you that the Vitesse layer they built up here at the top was built under the worst possible conditions for servers, so that they had to build it in a way where if one node goes down, everything else is fine? What if I told you that every database on PlanetScale was created within the last 30 days? And if a database gets older than that, they kill it and reset it. That's the magic of PlanetScale, is you don't have one database, you have a bunch of them. Let me open up my PlanetScale dashboard. Here's our old PlanetScale dashboard for the previous T3 chat DB. This DB was the one powering sync for T3 chat. As I've mentioned many times now, we moved to Convex, and I've missed working with these guys a lot. And you can see how magical this is. We have our primary, which is our main DB. It's what most traffic goes to and gets hit for. It replicates to 2 additional boxes. So at any given time, this can fail, and one of the replicas comes online instead. That's awesome, because now at any given time, any one of these boxes dying is not a problem. It just auto routes to the next box immediately. It's magic. It's super, super useful, especially if you're at a massive scale where errors can happen or you have lots of different boxes and one can fail at any given time. This allows for a box failing to not kill your service, to not kill queries, to not even kill an active write. It's pretty nuts what their VT-gate layer can do, because Vitesse is so powerful. Because of that, PlanetScale was able to move the storage to be in these nodes by literally just plugging an NVMe drive into them and shipping the servers to AWS to install for them in the same zones. And now you have databases that can write and read data comically faster. And if one fails, it's fine. It just rolls over to the next one. That's the magic of Metal, is there's no longer this external storage layer that you have to rely on. Each of these boxes has their own way, way, way faster storage, which means you have unlimited I/O at way faster speeds. So to go back to the question of how do they make Postgres so fast? They took Postgres and they put it on these boxes. It comes down to that. They haven't built much in terms of special Postgres hacks or things around the Postgres data layer. They just plugged it into their existing infra. And the results are pretty nuts. Let's compare to some well-regarded databases. We got Aurora, Alloy, Lakebase/Neon, Supabase, Heroku, Crunchy Data, and Tiger Data. Let's start with everybody's favorite, Neon. Probably the most immediate comparable solution in terms of Postgres auto-scaling across many nodes and replication. So the PlanetScale instance that they're comparing us with has 4 vCPUs, 32 gigs of RAM, about 1 terabyte of storage, and unlimited I/O. Neon has to have 8 virtual CPUs because that was the only way they could get a comparable amount of RAM. Storage auto-scales, and I/O is not available. So let's see how they benched. This is queries per second with 64 connections. That's a pretty big gap. It's a consistent 50% win for PlanetScale. That's pretty big, but let's have to see how big the cost difference is, right? Okay, I know, guys, it's EBS, not S3. Not everybody knows what EBS is, so I wanted to put S3 to do something people can relate to better. And some databases do use S3 as their backing, sadly enough. But anyways. Yeah. So Neon, in some of these spikes in this next section for milliseconds of latency, some queries are taking a second. Okay, this is their latency for the duration of the benchmark. Yeah, sometimes it's hitting up to a second of latency, and PlanetScale never breaks 400 milliseconds, except for this one tiny spike there, and even then it's barely. So the gap there is huge, and this is an intense benchmark. They have all the details for it on their site if you're curious. Oh boy, queries per second. Again, pretty big gap. P99 latency, one of my favorite numbers. This is how bad is the latency in the worst 1% of the time. And you can see a lot of really nasty looking spikes for Lakebed and Neon. Literally 5 to 6 times worse then PlanetScale's pretty flat 50 milliseconds. Here's a fun test where they just run select one over and over again 200 times on one connection. And man, you never know how long a query is going to take on Neon. Kind of nuts that it can go up to 5.5 seconds to select one 200 times. Oh, God. So the cost must be way worse, right? Yeah. $1,400 a month for the PlanetScale instance, and over $3,000 a month for the instance over at Neon. Are these all microseconds? Oh, it's microseconds. I thought it was milliseconds. My bad. Okay, so that's not 5.5 seconds. Sorry. Thank you for the correction, guys. Microseconds are not milliseconds. Sorry. Still insane, though. But Aurora is really good, right? Aurora's Amazon's scalable solution for doing Postgres in the cloud. Let's see how it compares there. Oh, look at that. Still about a 50% increase in queries per second. Oh, look at that. Almost 3 times better latency. QPS looks about the same. P99 for that query check is about the same. PlanetScale actually looks a tiny, tiny bit worse on the select one over one connection, but like barely. And this is within cost range, but still cheaper. $1,400 a month for PlanetScale and $1,800 a month for Aurora. So depending on what you're doing, it's either a little better or a lot better. Pretty nuts. How about Supabase? Oh, God. Oh, God. I don't have that much against Supabase, but I've seen some really scary issues with it. In particular, I've seen some really rough performance issues at scale, especially with a lot of connections. But man, ow. Ow. Jesus Christ. Yeah. And it's still cheaper. The 2x large Supabase instance is $44, $94 a month for the 750 gigs of EBS, $216 to upgrade to 1,200 or to 12,000 IOPS. Necessity for demanding workloads. $2,100 a month versus, again, $1,400 a month. God fucking damn it. That's terrifying. And then everyone's favorite, Heroku. God, Heroku was the last Postgres database I deployed that I actually tried to use, and it's a big part of why I got into PlanetScale. Fun fact is that when I was first building Ping, back when it was still called round.t3.gg, not round, it's not the Pokemon voting thing, the video call app that I built. Heroku was the database I started with because it's what I knew, and I was doing backend for the first time in a while. And it didn't go great. And I'm sure that these numbers will confirm how bad it went. Jesus fucking Christ. Literally 16 to 20 times faster. 1,000 QPS versus 18,000 QPS. Terrifying spikes as things go on. And what's funny here is the default is 32 connections on Heroku versus 64 on PlanetScale. God, that's even worse. The 64 connections. Jesus Christ. This one's in milliseconds, not microseconds. Okay. Yeah, so sometimes you get 21 seconds of latency on Heroku, and it stays under 300 for PlanetScale. 300 milliseconds. So 300 milliseconds versus 22 seconds? Jesus fucking Christ. Latency is way lower. Yeah, you get the idea. And obviously Heroku is really cheap, right? That's why we all use it. $2,250 a month versus $1,400 a month. Okay, we get it. Those are the benchmarks. But how does it actually perform for people? What does it actually look like? As mentioned before, Convex made the move. We'll talk about why in a little bit. But I want to show you the numbers they have been sharing since they made that move. They built Chef, which is their AI app builder that I kind of bullied them into making. This is a hilarious drop. They were previously on Aurora with MySQL, and they made the switch to Postgres on PlanetScale. First off, insane to switch from MySQL to PlanetScale. First off, insane to switch from MySQL to Postgres, like on the fly the way they did. But yeah, pretty nuts, pretty insane to see these differences in the real world. They also migrated us, as I mentioned before. And here's what some of our latency differences look like. There are different things that have changed different amounts, and I actually went out of my way to spend some time in the Axiom dashboard to see the difference here. The switch happened around here, which is why we had these weird spikes. This is for adding a message to the thread, so the write that somebody does before they generate a new message. The P99.9 hovered between 100 to like 180 milliseconds. Sometimes it would drop a little lower, but it was usually a bit over 100 for the P99. Since the change and an outage that we'll talk about in a bit, it's now down to 20 to 40 milliseconds for the P99.9. That's a huge drop. That's a like 5x decrease. Pretty nuts. Not all things were immediately better, though. If I switch to the getter, the get thread by ID, I have to switch this to be, I'm going to do 2 days so I have enough data. Also, God bless Axiom for making something this good for checking these things. Here we can see that the P99 was around 250 milliseconds, P99.9 that is. And now it's a bit lower. Initially, it was actually a little higher. Specifically, the P99 went from 70 to 100, but it's since stabilized quite a bit. Now we're in the like 50 to 60 range. It's gotten quite a bit better. And thankfully, the P50 has stayed really solid. So the reads have not been as big a win for us. In fact, it was slightly worse initially. Very slightly, but it was slightly worse. And now it's significantly better. The writes are the real magic. And now we have the obvious question that I'm sure a lot of you are asking. Why did they not just switch to normal PlanetScale MySQL? Thank you, Ethan, Mr. Effect here, for asking an important question. Why didn't Convex use MySQL on PlanetScale? They were already a MySQL company. They were already using it heavily. They played other stuff a ton. But what was it that made them pick Postgres? The answer is silly, but hear me out. It'll make more sense in a bit. It's just Postgres. I know you're looking at me like, what the hell do I mean about this? Postgres is a standard. It's a standard a lot of people are used to, a lot of people use, a lot of people do stuff with. MySQL on Vitesse on PlanetScale, it is MySQL, but it is a very much managed MySQL. So you spin up 1 DB per instance. That DB can be replicated, as I was showing before, where we have this primary DB replicated in other places. But I couldn't really spin up a second one here because the abstraction layer is too high. This gate is dedicated to one instance of MySQL. That means that if I'm paying for a server of a certain size, I can only use it for 1 DB. There are a lot of hacks and things you can do to get around the issues that are inherent to this. For example, something that we did is we would put prefixes on all of our fields, or for example, we would put prefixes on all of our tables so we could use 1 DB for multiple projects or multiple different things at the same time. But that's a really cool thing you can do with the way they implemented Postgres. You get a multiple DBs per instance. Do you see why that would be useful for a company like Convex? PlanetScale doesn't have a free tier. PlanetScale charges quite a bit of money. Their cheapest tier is like $30 a month. And all of the metal stuff that they're doing, that's a lot more expensive. Using metal on PlanetScale we're talking hundreds of dollars a month minimum. $600 a month minimum to just get started with metal. And there's no way they can give that out for free. Because PlanetScale would dedicate the infra, the instance, all of that to you. There wasn't really a multi-tenancy story for yourself or for their customers where you couldn't use Metal on a cheaper tier because the database just didn't work that way. And this is why the Postgres move works really well for Convex, enough so that it makes sense for them to make a change that I never thought I would see them do. One of the reasons I like Convex so much is they knew databases well enough to know that MySQL was a really good solution. And if you're wondering if this means, and if you're wondering about PlanetScale reintroducing the free tier because of this, Sam had a really funny tweet to reply here. We intend to stay the only profitable Postgres provider as well as the only fast one. Sam's having a lot of fun with this. What else did I have for this? Want to read a bit more about how Convex's move went because it's really cool and I haven't actually read this article much yet. When developers choose Convex, they're often betting their company on our infra. Yep, I've been burned, but I've also been I've been burned by this, but I've also benefited a lot from it. Sorry for the recent outages. We'll stop changing databases soon, I promise. Fate had to push me to Postgres. So yeah, to everybody who's been complaining that I'm not using Postgres or taking it seriously, here you go. We're doing it now. Stop complaining about the outage. It was a quick one. We're good now. But if it happens again, we will be going back. Anyways, responsibility we take seriously and fulfilling it begins with having a world-class relational database as our foundation. The database service that underlies Convex must be rock solid, extremely fast, and cost efficient. For years, we've operated Convex on top of AWS Aurora. The experience has been okay. Aurora does what it says on the tin. It's reliable, it scales reasonably well, it integrates nicely with the rest of AWS. But okay isn't where we want to stop. When PlanetScale released Metal this year, we were honestly pretty jealous. The performance numbers they were showing off were incredible. We knew how deeply the PlanetScale team understands database services, and they were literally the only team we trusted enough to consider leaving behind Aurora. So we started wondering, what would it look like to build Convex on top of PlanetScale? A couple months ago, we reached out to the team at PlanetScale to explore the idea. We discovered they were working on something new, something perfect for the future of Convex Cloud. PlanetScale for Postgres. And of course, Convex is a PlanetScale for Postgres launch partner. They've started rolling it out. Performance gains are incredible. If I recall, all new projects on Convex now are going to the PlanetScale instances. Yep. When they moved over, latency got hilariously better, in particular, commit latency for actually doing writes. Significant improvements, especially the P99. Yeah, P50 is the new P99. Yeah, the latency they had for their 50% worst is now the latency they have for their 99th percentile. Kind of nuts. If every new Convex project runs on PlanetScale, your app will be blazing fast with room to scale as far as your ambitions take you. So the quote I've seen from a lot of people is, oh, so Convex is just a wrapper for Postgres now. So Convex is basically just Postgres with sprinkles, in the same sense that a Google Pixel is basically Linux with sprinkles, sure. James actually published a really useful diagram of how Convex works that I think will help emphasize what layer the database is. It's literally just this part here. So they swapped out this one node, this Aurora node, with PlanetScale, and everything else is still the same. That's part of what makes Convex so magical, is all of these pieces that they've built here for you are things you would normally have to deal with yourself that they just did so you can build a good experience for your users and for your team of developers. Really cool diagram. I'm going to save this for my Convex video in the near future because I really just need to rant about all the things that Convex is good at some point because I, again, was really skeptical and now I am all in on it. Actually, one other thing I want to find quick. Sorry, I just want to find a specific link I was sent before. Just wanted to give one more example of how hard the convex guys are working. Again, they switched everything over to Postgres as part of this, and there were a couple little things that I showed in terms of like the read speeds being slightly worse after the migration, where we went from a P50 of 15 to a P50 of like, the P50 is about the same, but the P99 went from about 90 to about 112 to 120, and the P99.9 got slightly worse too. I showed these numbers to them. They were a little scared when they saw it. They went and hacked and looked deeply into it. Oops, hide that. And they came back with a bunch of changes to code that just, I don't even want to process this code in my head. Every time I read both Rust code and complex like data layer code, my brain feels like it's falling out. Yeah. See this shit? I am so happy I don't have to write stuff like this. You guys have no idea. Very thankful very thankful that the Convex team is writing this insane layer in Rust to make sure the data is as fast and reliable as possible so I don't have to deal with any of this shit. Also of note, I can do this because Convex is fully open source. So if you want to self-host it on your own MySQL or Postgres instances, you can do that. Feel free. They even have guides on how to do it. They're not it's open source, but hosting it sucks. They have that all ready to go. I've never done it because I don't care. I'd rather just use the cloud option, but it's an option for those who are interested. Yeah. Let me close Slack before I forget to. I actually got a PR I got to fix quick. Work. Chat. That. Where's the issue? It is on chat/sidebar. Get rid of an unused import. That it? Sidebar. Cool. Cool. Fixed. Nice. Yeah, I'll get that merged soon. Cool. I think that's all I got. Any other funny posts here? Oh. One last breakdown here from Indrajit. Hopefully I got your name right, from over at Convex. He did his best to break down why Postgres is so much better on PlanetScale than it is other places. Breaking your brain on how they thought Convex worked in particular. So let's do it. Most of us think of databases as black boxes. It's very convenient, but if you peek into the box, it's just another system with different layers and subsystems. These subsystems can be roughly described as the following three parts. The query engine, which is the thing that interprets SQL and turns it into real instructions to retrieve data. 2 is the schema and relational model, which is how data is virtually organized and orchestrated. Part 2 is the schema and relational model, which is how data is virtually organized and operated upon. Then part 3 is the storage layer, which is how data is persisted to and organized on disk or across different boxes for a distributed DB. Convex replaces 1 and 2, and the stuff that sits a couple of layers above it for building apps, but it doesn't need to innovate on 3. So for 3, we're switching to planet scale. Yep. And as I showed in that diagram before, that's what they're doing. They aren't focused on this little corner there with Aurora. Let me throw this into there. Nice. People seem to think that the database is just this thing. But the what is a database spectrum is pretty nuts. Similar to like what is a full stack dev to an extent. Most people think this is the database. So when they look at Convex, they assume it's just that. Convex is really focused on everything else. This part's boring. In fact, this part just gives them trouble sometimes. Like the query planner from Postgres is part of why we've had latency issues, because Postgres thinks it's smart, tries to do something to make it faster, and is just wrong about it. So most of the work they're doing is how do they opt out of all the query planning bullshit that Postgres does by default in order to make it faster. PlanetScale is just focused on making the input-output as fast as possible and distributing that database as reliably as possible. So failures and edge cases and all those things just go away. Convex is trying to make it easier to work with, easier to do right, and nicer to ship to your users and keep everything in sync. That's how the two relate. And it makes so much sense that they are getting as close as they are now. It's almost like the perfect partner, where something like Supabase has decided that they're going to build all of this themselves. And as a result, it has everything you need. But at the same time, I feel like when using Supabase, any one part is lackluster. And there are parts of Convex that are lackluster. Like their auth stuff is not good. There's a reason they push you to go use Convex, or there's a reason they push you to go use Clerk and other things. They had to build an auth layer because they were trying to build everything and make it all integrate nice. But if you are building everything, some things are lacking. The thing I like about Convex is they choose where to stop, and they've chosen to stop at the database layer. And that's why PlanetScale makes such a good option for them. And the best part is that now PlanetScale does have a free tier. That free tier is Convex. What a journey this one has been. I still can't believe that I am back on Postgres after years of avoiding it, after nearly a decade of avoiding it at this point. But the reason I'm there is that I don't need to think about it. The engine that is powering where my data comes from is not something I really have to think about anymore. It's fun to, but I have no reason to. So if you want to make your data go as fast as possible, you should probably check out the new PlanetScale stuff. And if you just want something that's convenient to use for your apps, I highly recommend Convex. I've been having a great time with it. Curious how y'all feel about it, though. Thank you as always, and until next time, peace, nerds. That was fun. Gonna thank all the subs that I missed in a sec. I just want to change really quick. Give me one moment. Did I actually bring another black shirt that I could change into after the IO video? Yes, don't judge me. I think a lot about how these things go. Anyways. I saw the OpenAI Robinhood stuff. It's weird. Oh shit, NMG with the huge gift bomb. Thank you so much for that. Let me thank all the other subs that I missed. Thank you again for that. Just appreciate you, NMG. Go through everybody I missed as we were getting started quick. Got a lot of you guys started strong. Sorry I missed all that. We got Ronan here with the 30 months. Appreciate that a ton. Jabba hitting the 1 year. Bot Cooper, 35 months of tier 3. Almost at 3 years. Kind of crazy. Not an illegal immigrant anymore. Fuck yes. Congratulations, man. Thanks for being legal and in the best country for the shit that we do. Got Ethan Nicer here with the 30 months of support. Always good to see you, man. Little triangle. Always good to see. I don't know if you saw, but your boss just hit a top clipper. Mulroy here. 31 views on a clip is top clipper, which is hilarious. But yeah. Pisoda here with the 35 months as well. Everybody getting close to that 3-year mark. Chesk with the 5 bomb. Rama with the tier 1. Seun here with the 3 months of support. Artem here with the 4 months. Ubot with a heart, still have the username. Almost at the 2 years. Goddamn. Flip second with 6 months. And Jordan with 6 months. Mark here with the 3 stream streak. I thought that was a... So I don't know why my brain auto-completed that wrong. 6 months of tier 1 from N20. Snow Squire here with 15 months of Prime. Appreciate that. It's actually local or is it PCIe over 5? It's, as far as I know, actually local. We got Adams here with the gift sub as well as the cheer. Thank you for all that. Got Nate with the 9 months of tier 3. Goddamn. Thank you so much for that. Abdelatif with the tier 1. Thank you. Nate with another cheer. Lockshay the legend, 5 months in now. Ross here with the tier 1. Uber CI with the 9 months. NMG again with that 10 bomb. Storm hitting the 1 year. And Row Program is what I'm calling you. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate all of you guys. It's a good question, and my answer's complex enough that I'm going to say wait for when I do the convex video. Yeah, it's not exactly 3 yet. I'll do a quick check. Then I'm going to start filming the Figma video. Nothing yet. Keeping an eye out. I should join the Discord, but I'm lazy. You know what? I'll do that quick. EA Skate Discord. I can find the official one. Cool. Gotta bump this up a ton out of the group. All my no longer checked on servers. That's a fine place for it. Maybe a little higher. Cool. Finder. Placing. Okay. Nothing yet. Rip. Let me check one other thing in here quick. Okay. Nothing going on there. Okay, cool. I have everything I need. Don't ask when they go out. Yeah, well. Close all of those. Thank you, Chock-a-Block, for the Prime. MHL. Been on Postgres for 10 years. Every solution feels like joining a vendor lock-in. I mean, how do you move your Postgres from one vendor to another? Like, if you're hosting your Postgres somewhere, you have to be able to move it somewhere else if it's not locked in. Good luck. Yo, Nate, with another 100 bits. Thank you so much. Cool. Let's start the Figma video. They have a blog or something where they announce this. I want their... Okay, I'm gonna go with that. Thank you, Jarden, with the sub as well. Appreciate that a ton. The Sohan situation, I have seen it. That also feels like a drama that's going to disappear very quickly. Like, I don't feel like I have an insight there, which is why I don't... Generally, I try to talk about things where I have a unique perspective or something to add to the conversation. Like for this, with the Figma stuff, I was iffy on it, but I realized, like, I have a lot of perspective on why Figma has to IPO and they can't do other things. And when I saw their revenue numbers, I realized I have a lot to say. So, time to say it. Do we get any funding on YouTube? Nope, cool. Just making sure I didn't miss anybody there. Bars. Oh, what did I say that is bars? I think I fixed my audio playback. I think the bigger problem here has less to do with React, more to do with the fact that devs that don't know how to use the performance tools in Chrome can now build large apps. Yep, bars. That guy's smart. I should bring him on the show at some point. Oh, it's 3:01. Let me double check, see if my invite came through. Not yet. Fingers crossed that'll come in soon. I'll probably film this first and then double check again. One sec. Sorry to grab my water. Anyways, Figma IPO. Okay. We're good enough. Cool. Let's do it. The day has finally come. I never thought it would happen. The day has finally come. Figma is about to become a publicly traded company. Yes, really. It's crazy. We haven't seen an IPO like this in quite a while, and we definitely haven't read through a filing like this, I don't think ever on the channel, but I'm really excited to because this is a huge change. Figma being a company you can buy stock in is very, very interesting. There's a ton of reasons why, but the most interesting one is usually that it gives you access to a ton of numbers that we wouldn't have had access to before. Everything from how much money they spend on AWS to how much income they have to their long-term projections and expected trajectory. There's a ton in this document about where Figma's at now and where it is going. And the reason that they need to do this, the reason they need to go public, and the reason they have to do everything they're doing right now is genuinely very interesting. I'm super excited to break down why Figma's doing this, how much money they make, lose, everything else, where Adobe comes in with all of this mess, and so much more. But somebody's got to pay me, and sadly, Figma's not doing it. So, quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. The Figma IPO. Let's start with their statement, and then we'll start breaking things down from there. They submitted the confidential draft of their S1, now available to the public. So it was submitted in April. Now we all have it. Filed a registration statement on Form S1 with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Committee, the SEC, relating to a proposed initial public offering of its Class A common stock. Figma has applied to list its Class A common stock on the New York Stock Exchange under the symbol FIG. Number of shares to be offered and the price range for those proposed offerings has not yet been determined. The offering is subject to market conditions, and there can be no assurances as to whether or when the offering may be completed, or as to the actual size or terms of the offering. It's a bunch of fine print. Cool. Let's dive into it, shall we? As always, these documents are long, full of both like market spend, or they're full of both like marketing mumbo jumbo and these really fancy looking graphics and things. 821 million of lifetime revenue, 46% year over year growth, 18% operation margin, 91% gross margin, yada yada. 78% of Forbes 2000 companies use Figma, and 76% of customers use 2 or more Figma products. These are really good looking numbers. There are things that aren't great about the numbers, though, and we will look at those in just a bit. Fuck, I think I need to refilm the intro to mention the 100 mil a year part. It's cute that they do the little cursor with Dylan as his sign off, their signature. Yeah. 13 million monthly active users. 2/3 of them are not designers. 95% of Fortune 500 companies use Figma. That's crazy. 95% of Fortune 500s using this one product is nuts. But what about those actual numbers? These numbers do not line up with what this said. Okay, this is just misleading. Okay. I'm going to go correct a tweet that I made earlier. Okay, that's very good to know. Happy we actually read the document. Crazy what happens when you do that. So Figma's revenue a year is about 750 mil for 2024. Their gross profit was 660 mil. That's really good. These numbers are a lot better than I expected them to be. Because I was misled because I was just reading other people's coverage instead of reading through the report. My mistake. Because the last 3 months of 2025, they did better numbers than the 3 months of 2024. They did 156 mil in last year, and they did 228 mil in this year in that 3-month window. So, yeah, I was lied to. Blame The Verge for wording this weird. Their revenue spiked to 228.2 mil from 156.2 million when compared to the only thing that indicates is the same time last year. This should be reworded and amended. Come on, Verge. Anyways, yeah, that number's not as bad as I expected. What is bad is their AWS bill. They committed to a cloud hosting agreement with a third-party provider that they started in May of this year. They committed to a minimum of $545 million spent on cloud services over the next 5 years. Okay, this is very interesting. Various financial events. Oh, look at that. There's the details of the Payload acquisition. If you're not familiar, Payload CMS is an awesome CMS. I've done an ad for them before. I'm really close with James, the founder. They acquired them recently. I love Payload. If you're building a CMS or a platform that needs one, the ability to just npm install this into an existing Next.js app and have the entire backend handled, all free and open source, is really cool. You might be wondering how they made money. They had quite a strategy. Their strategy was that they would build really obscure plugins for things that nobody wants to maintain and then sell those to companies instead. So big companies would buy these licenses for weird integrations, and everybody else would just install the package, plug it into a Postgres DB, and move on with their lives. Really cool product. Figma, as I mentioned in my previous Figma video, is interested in making the WordPress adjacent play. But building all of the pieces you need in order for that to work is not fun. And doing it in a way that developers will actually like is really hard. Payload is one of those companies I've never heard anybody say anything bad about. I know a ton of fanboys of it. They are the perfect solution to integrate into the Figma product and platform if you want the code gen / blog building commerce building, content platform building solution to be properly unified. It makes so much sense for that. So now we know the number. I didn't actually know the number. I didn't have the balls to ask James. Yeah. 35.5 million was the number. 25.1 million subject to ongoing employee services and will be recognized as post-combination compensation over the service period of 4 years. Yeah, that's really common. When an acquisition like this happens, a chunk of the stock is cut out as equity that the team gets over time. So when they acquired the company, all of their vesting reset, and they have 4 years of vesting in order to get the equity from that acquisition. Transfer supposed to be paid 18 months the following. Yeah. So this is just all the things that they have been doing that cost a lot of money. Any other fun expenses? Increasing equity pool share, amendment to certificate of incorporation. I went to million RSUs. Organized stock-based compensation expense related to these RSUs will be approximately 170 mil. Nothing too interesting there. The real funny thing in this piece is the decision to purchase $30 million in Bitcoin. They also purchased a bunch of stablecoin that they plan to put into Bitcoin at a later date as like a hedging bet. Fascinating. RSU grants, the board of directors, purchase commitment. This is the part that we're here for. They agreed to spend $545 million on AWS over the next 5 years. They aren't spending that much now, but they plan for it to go up over time. Rohit actually went and did the numbers based on their existing spend. They are spending approximately 100, or the expectation is if the amount they spend goes up, that they can get to that 545 million number. But right now they're spending 50 million a year, which is around 136K a day. This averages out to them spending 300K a day at that crazy number, though. Kind of nuts. These numbers are less bad than I thought they were. We still have a lot to dig into here. So the first big question, why IPO? Into that, cool. So why would a company IPO? The trajectory of a startup is probably worth understanding before we go too much further. The vast majority of companies that eventually go on the market for people to buy stock in are doing that in a similar process. So it starts with some people have an idea. Might be one person, might be a couple, but they sit and they build it. And usually the first thing they build is wrong and they have to change it again. At some point, they quit their jobs if they have them, or they need money for some reason. And if they don't have a way to get customers early to cover those costs, which almost nobody does, they end up raising a bit of money. So they have an idea. They raise some money. This will be either a seed or a pre-seed. Seeds and pre-seeds are done. I've talked about how seeds and pre-seeds work a bunch. The TLDR is that you are talking to people who have some money around and they're investing anywhere between like $5,000 and $1 million into your business really early on what is effectively an IOU. The main method for this is a safe investment. Safe investments are secured against future equity. It's basically an IOU. So if I invest 100K at a 10 mil cap in a safe, what this means is when you do your next round and you're actually creating stock, if you end up being worth 100 mil, I'm converting as though it was 10 mil, which means my 100K becomes 1% of your company. Even if you're worth 100 mil, I still get my 1%. But if you're actually only worth 1 mil in the end, or whenever your next event occurs, then my 100K converts at the 1 mil, so I get 10% instead. There's a really nice way of investing because it protects both the business and the investor. It lets the business raise money and not have to assign equity and deal with all the consequences there. And if they end up being worth more money, you still get the percentage that you paid for. It makes everything easier for everybody involved. It protects the investor. It makes life easier for the business. It's a really good way to do investment. And I'm very thankful that YC invented it and open sourced it so everybody can use it. Could rant about this forever. You get the idea though. You raise some money at a pre-seed or a seed stage through safes. You then get some customers. And once you prove that you are onto something, once you've established like this is the right product or the right direction, here's our growth, here's our customers, we want to go harder, we want to go further, but we need more money. Because if you go from making 0 to suddenly making, I don't know, $500K a year, you still have a bunch of people you need to pay. Maybe you want to ramp up sales. Maybe you want to hire more engineers to build something for a different platform. Maybe you need more money to do more things and get where you're going faster. Maybe you just need it so that you can match the features of bigger companies that are competing with you. You know how tempting it is for us to hire an iOS expert to build the mobile app for T3 Chat right now? There's a reason for that. It's because the competition has a bunch of them. I don't even want to think about how many iOS engineers work at OpenAI right now. If we raised more money, we could justify doing that, even if we then were spending more than we make. Most businesses choose to spend more than they make for an amount of time in order to make the business more likely to succeed and be in a better position to beat out the competition. So after you get some customers, you raise more money. This time you're raising a Series A. And the Series A usually is people buying actual equity now. It's no longer IOUs. It's much more formal. You get a little stock certificate telling you how much you own, all the bullshit there. You usually also end up having to give up a board seat. Somebody else is now investing a lot of money, a firm, a lead, somebody else. And they say, okay, we'll give you $5 million, but we want a seat on the board because we want to help steer and make sure the company goes in the right direction. So this point is where you start giving up some control of your company in order to have the things you need in order to raise the likelihood of success. And then you end up in the loop. Then get more customers. Then you raise more money because you have more revenue. That'll be a Series B. And each time you do this, the valuation you're raising against goes up. So you can start at 10 mil, maybe the Series A is at 100 mil, maybe the Series B is at 500 mil. You keep raising the amount that the value is for the business and raising more money as a result, because your goal is always get as much money for as little percentage as possible. So how can you get more money in your company's bank account so you can spend it, giving up as small a percentage as possible? So you want to inflate the investment valuation so that your company is giving up less a percentage. Because if you're trying to raise $10 million, you could raise that at 100 mil val and give up 10%, or you could raise it at 200 mil val and give up 5%. So you go through all of these over and over again, and then an exit happens. There's a couple ways the exit can happen. The company can run out of money and go bankrupt and shut down. Ideally, this far in, that doesn't happen. Usually, if it's going to go that badly, it happens much earlier, but sometimes it does happen later on. Bankruptcy occurs in these businesses. In the early stage ones, like the further you go down this line, the more likely the company is to succeed. On average, 1% or less of companies make it out of seed stage without failing, bankrupting, or selling at a lower val. 1% go through at best. Once you get through Series A, it's probably a lot higher. I don't have hard numbers, but I'd be surprised if it's less than 10% have a decent exit at that point. Series B probably goes up again, 20%. Every time you survive one of these stages, your likelihood of not failing goes up. And eventually, an exit happens. It could be the fail case, but it could also be a better case. The two that usually happen are acquisition and IPO. These are the two ways your business can exit. That means that all this equity that these people have, which, by the way, during all of this, you can't sell the equity. When I invest in a company with a safe, it's an IOU. I can't use that IOU for anything. It's just an IOU. I don't own any equity in the almost 100 startups that I've invested in because most of them haven't converted to real equity yet. But that also means I can't sell it. I can't access this money. That's why accredited investing is such an important thing, because if you don't have enough money to justify that, and then you run out of money, you can't go and get it from those companies. So now, in this stage, either acquisition or IPO, this is where you get some money. When Supermaven acquired Cursor, when Cursor acquired Supermaven, they bought the company out. They gave some cash, but they also gave some equity. I had an IOU, I had one of those safes in Supermaven, and I had the option when Cursor bought them, do I want just cash back or do I want some cash and some equity in Cursor? And obviously I picked the option where I get more equity in Cursor because I knew where that was going. It's been very well for me. That was an acquisition exit. That also means I still have this stock I can't do anything with. I'm just sitting on this stock with Cursor, but eventually, I think at least, it'll be worth a lot of money. Eventually, Cursor will get acquired themselves and I'll trade again that way, or an IPO will happen. An IPO is when it goes to market and anyone can buy and sell the stock. I would be sitting on a ton of stock for these companies once they IPO, and then I can go sell it on the stock market the way anyone else does. And often with acquisitions, it's a bigger company that's already IPO'd doing the acquisition. If we were to be bought by, I don't know, think of a good, funny example. I want a really funny example. If T3 Chat was to be bought by Raytheon, for example, all of the stock for our business would now be part of Raytheon. And some amount of that would be a trade where they're giving us stock for the value and they're giving our investors stock for the value. Some amount would be cash. But now everybody who had stock in my company, T3 Chat, now has stock in Raytheon that they can do what they want with. You get the idea. Acquisition is these are the two ways that stock becomes something. And every business aspires to go down one or either of these paths. Everybody's dream when they run a company is to IPO or get a good enough exit via acquisition. So what's going on with Figma? How did they come in here? How did they make their decision between these? Figma's in a really interesting place, and this is where my controversial takes come in. Figma got kind of screwed. Figma was going to be acquired. You guys might remember this. Adobe was going to acquire Figma for $20 billion. The deal had to get terminated because of regulators having fears about competition and monopolistic practices. And believe me, I hate Adobe. I am one of Adobe's top tier haters. I love crapping on them. It's my favorite thing to do. We are pretty much, we're entirely Adobe free at Ping in T3 Chat and for my YouTube channel as well, except for Frame.io. I do love Frame. They were acquired by Figma, or they were acquired by Adobe. It's a good platform for doing video reviews as part of how we manage our sponsor pipeline and stuff. It's a good enough product. Believe me, I have my problems with Frame. But other than that, we don't use any Adobe software for any of our stuff for any of my businesses. I do not like Adobe. All my thumbnails are done in Affinity Photo. All our videos are edited in Final Cut. All our graphics is done in other Affinity software or even in Figma. We avoid Adobe to the best of our ability because I do not like them. Know that as I say, this sucks. The fact that Figma couldn't exit that way is not good. It is unfortunate that Figma did everything right, built a business that was really successful, and they had a happy path to not having to worry about profitability and making every number perfect in order to do the utter fucking chaos bullshit that is filing an S1 and going through all of this crap, these hundreds of pages and years of work in order to make your company publicly traded. This shit sucks genuinely to do. And most founders don't want to have to go through all that, especially if they have a happy path where an aligned brand will let them do things that will make good product. I honestly saw a future where Dylan, the CEO of Figma, would become the CEO of Adobe, which would have been really good for everyone. The problem is that Adobe was not allowed to buy Figma because of the concerns about regulation and market manipulation and Adobe just buying the winner when they lose. And I understand the concern. Having a proper, free, fair market is important. At the same time, the people who built Figma deserve the ability to find success for the thing they did. And while on one hand, this is bad for Adobe, like Adobe doesn't have this big company that is making their lives harder, on the other hand, this makes life much harder for Figma. They had planned around this acquisition. They had a really happy path. The founders were content. Everything made sense for them. They saw a future where they could build Figma the way they wanted at a company that would pay them what they deserve. And they weren't allowed to do that. And as much as I absolutely hate Adobe and it would have been scared of them running Figma into the ground, knowing that a hardworking team is not getting the payout that they worked hard for, that sucks. That sucks really hard. There are probably people who work at Figma that went and bought a house because they thought that their equity would convert into Adobe stock that they could sell to pay for the house, and then that was lost. There were probably people that were really excited to retire and take the money that they had made or the stock that they had working at Figma for 8 to 10 years that couldn't because this got blocked. There were a lot of individuals that worked really hard that didn't get something that they, in my opinion, deserved and were entitled to, that they had done the work for, because of fear of Adobe getting too much power as a result. And while I understand, and while I support everything and while I both understand and want everything possible to make a more free market, what this did for me was really scary. This meant to me, no design tool can exit via acquisition if it is too successful. The fact that Figma wasn't allowed to sell to Adobe effectively means there is no world in which a company as successful as Figma can sell, because there is no other company that would be interested in buying them that can afford that price that wouldn't be seen as anti-competitive. So Figma almost destroyed themselves by being too successful. And if they weren't able to find a way to be profitable at that point, they would be screwed. If their value was 20 billion, that's what they had agreed upon, and then that couldn't happen, that kind of screws them because now they have to IPO. The reason that they IPO'd is because it is the only option that they have now in order for people who own stock in Figma to make money. So what did they do? I actually don't know if Figma was profitable at the time of the Adobe acquisition discussion. What I do know is that as part of this agreement, since Adobe had to back out of the acquisition, there was a clause in the agreement they made, which was a termination fee of $1 billion. That $1 billion gives Figma enough time to unfuck their business and make it profitable and make it as successful on the books as possible so they can then have success with the IPO. So basically, Figma went from having a happy exit, everybody makes their money, everything's good, company can keep iterating as normal, to you have $1 billion in 2 years, good luck or you're getting fucked. And you know what? They did it. They pulled it off. From everything I've seen in these numbers, Figma is doing very well for themselves. Yeah. Their revenue for 2024 was $750 million, 48% higher than the previous year. The first 3 months of 2025 were $228 million, which is 46% higher than the 3 months in March. Their revenue is consistent year over year. It's been 53% year over year for 4 years averaged out, which is nuts. Their growth is really, really good. And that 4-year number is picked both because it shows long-term growth, but also because it shows how hard they worked over the last few years to be in as good of a position as they are right now. The opportunity ahead. The 13 years since Figma was founded, the amount of software in the world has exploded. According to a Gartner forecast, worldwide software spend is expected to exceed $1.2 trillion in 2025. Meanwhile, generative AI has made digital products more ubiquitous and much easier to build, with the IDC estimating there will be more than 1 billion new apps in the world by 2028. And here is where we get into the last reason that they are IPOing now. We have established why they have to IPO as their exit and they can't do the acquisition anymore. They are worth too much money. This is also scary because a new competitor to Figma has to choose at a certain point. Like if they're worth $1 billion, they probably need to exit then, because if they get too high and get too popular, they can't do the acquisition path. They have to IPO. So we know that they have to. Why now? Here is another one of my bold, big takes. Figma is in danger. I talked about this in my previous Figma video, but I previously kind of needed a Figma subscription. Not me specifically, but when I had designers, which I needed to make products that looked good, I would have to pay a designer to use Figma to make designs to send to us to then go build into our product. We don't need that anymore. It benefits. Like, I'm not saying designers aren't deserving of money and don't have jobs right now and aren't super valuable. I'm not even saying we don't need a designer. We do. You've seen how good T3 Chat looks. You saw how bad it looked before we had 2 designers come in and help us overhaul it. Designers are great, but those designers didn't really do much in Figma. They just kind of vibe coded it out in Cursor. And now that we have tools like V0, Bolt, and Lovable, now that we have awesome platforms to do generative UI stuff, now that we have awesome references like Mobbin, who almost certainly sponsored this video. If you haven't checked them out, you really should. It's a really, really cool platform. I'm signed in. Yeah. Mobbin has references to tons of different designs from lots of real apps that you can use as reference. Will you make something groundbreaking that's better than all of the competition by using Mobbin for reference? No. But you'll make something that's more than good enough for most cases, most of the time. I actually really like Mobbin. I've been using it a ton more than I expected. Yeah, the point being, the need for Figma at these companies is going down. My bet, the thing that I am largely betting my investment portfolio on and the future that I see, is a future where there are less $100 billion companies and there are way more $100 million companies. With all the fancy AI stuff, all the new infrastructure services, everything from Convex to V0 to Cursor, suddenly smaller teams can do much more. And the idea of making a version of a product that serves 10% of the existing market way better makes way more sense now. The same way that Vercel is only useful to 10% of AWS's customers, but they can charge them more for a product that's way better for them. I think we're going to see that type of segmentation all over the market. And we're going to see a lot of these companies with a very small team, like we're talking less than 100 people, greater than 40 mil a year. This is a pattern I expect to see more and more of. I'm assuming Figma sees the possibility of this as well. Now there's a question. If this does happen, will they use Figma? Will this new surge of these smaller companies be Figma users? Or are they going to use all these new tools and solutions? Are they just going to AI generate the design and not even bother opening Figma? Are we going to end up with the what's a computer moment? Are we going to have this generational shift where something as familiar as Figma is to us just isn't for the next generation of founders, of engineers, of designers, of companies? It's a real possibility. And they need to work hard as hell to make sure new designers and old designers, new engineers and old engineers, new companies and old companies, all alike, pick Figma. They have 95% of Fortune 500 companies. Can they get 95% of new ones? Not Fortune 500 companies that are new. Companies that are new in general. This is why they're IPOing. It might fail. On one hand, they're making all the bets they can to prevent themselves from failing here. They are spending money in the right places. Like the payload acquisition makes a ton of sense. These are all bet hedges that the company is doing to maximize the likelihood that if this next generation of companies, this next generation of ways of building takes over, that they are positioned well enough to score a large portion of these new customers. But right now they won. There is no question about the current market. Figma won the current market. They have 95% of the highest paying customers. That means they are very attractive as a purchase. This is a stock that I'll probably buy a bunch of when they IPO. Because right now they are printing. Their revenue is crazy. Even if they're going to spend hundreds of millions a year on AWS, they're making almost $1 billion a year already. They will almost certainly clear $1 billion of revenue this year, which is an insane number. But will that number keep growing at the same rate? It requires that if the market shifts, they win this new market too. And I'll tell you, when I talk to YC companies, most of them aren't using Figma. I'm thinking through, I don't know of any of the YC companies that I talk to regularly that are using Figma. So I'm not as sure about that. Meanwhile, over 90% of YC companies are using Cursor. It's kind of nuts. There's a huge shift there. I should specify most new YC companies. When I say YC companies, I'm talking about like recent batches, because YC has a bunch of new startups that come through every 3 months now. Do they have designers yet? No. But according to Figma, only a third of their customers are designers. Only a third of the users of Figma are designers. So I don't know if that's a necessary thing. And I also don't know at what stage these companies will hire designers at. The value of Figma to these companies just isn't there right now. And if these companies keep succeeding and get to a certain point, they will affect the value of the Fortune 500. These top 500 companies will be worth less if there are thousands of these other companies that are worth more. YC Figma stat? What are you talking about? I don't have any stats for that. The cursor percent comes from a survey that YC did. I get to invest in these early stage startups because I'm a YC founder and I get invited to a lot of the events. And now that I've invested in so many, I get invited to the demo day private event where you can network with these companies and invest in them. Also, a lot of them know when they get into the batch who I am and that I invest. So they often hit me up trying to get me to write a check early because I am now seen as one of the cooler people to have invested in your company. And I know a lot, like there are people in my chat right now that will be YC founders. There's a handful of you guys who are hanging out with me right now that will end up starting a company. And it would be really cool if I could write a check to you. If you learned a lot of how to build well and found a lot of success hanging out here, there's a very good chance you're going to be successful with your business. And I'm down to throw you money because if you are, then I'll have a lot of, because if you do succeed, I'll have a lot to gain as well. But yeah, that's why Figma has to IPO now. There are different trajectories that they can go on. If this is like the chart of Figma's revenue over time, it's been a pretty wild ride for them. They have a really good curve. I want to make it curvier. There we go. Their revenue has that wonderful hockey stick curve, the up and to the right, the thing everyone wants. But we don't know what's next. If this is 2025, there's a lot of different places it can go from here. It could keep going up the same way, or it can start to shift slightly. It could go like this. It could go like this. Could go like this, could go like that. Cool, can't go that way, but you get the idea. Revenue for companies like this looks really good depending on where you cut it. And they know everything to the left of this line right now. Everything to the left of where they are now looks really, really good. And everything to the right might end up being good, but it also might not. From there, as I said, it could keep going. Obviously, that's what people want. It could go up a little and then plummet. Obviously, people don't want that. It could steady out and like grow more linearly over time. There's a lot of different places that their revenue can go. I would say right now is one of the most uncertain times for Figma. We don't know what the future looks like right now. We don't know how good these AI tools are going to get. We don't know if somebody's going to whip together an AI version of Figma that's way better for most of these new companies and slowly crash them from the sides. There's a lot of different directions this could go in, and they know that. The amount of money they make has gone up year over year, but the amount of uncertainty has too. I would argue that if we were to chart, instead of charting revenue over time, we were to chart uncertainty over time, like the likelihood that they will succeed, I would argue that it started really rough. Let me change the stroke type for this. I would argue that it started really rough, slowly started to do better, and then especially around the Adobe acquisition time, it seemed like there was no world in which Figma wouldn't succeed. But with all the Gen AI stuff and all the changes in the market, it feels like the risk profile of the business has gone up a bit. Where previously, even for like a bit, I would argue, starting in like even 2021, the risk that Figma had as a business had gone down so much that it basically seemed like if I could have invested in Figma in 2020, I would have, because there was, at that time, it felt like there was no world that they wouldn't be really successful. But that's changed. All this AI stuff has fundamentally shifted the risk profile of the business. So if you look at these two charts together, if you look at where revenue curve is, and you look at where uncertainty curve is, right now makes a lot of sense to do this. I'm not saying Figma's doomed at all. I want to be very clear about that. What I'm saying is, literally 3 years ago, it seemed like Figma would someday be bigger than Adobe. And right now, we don't know. That is a real shift. That is a real concern that Figma has. That's an existential dread that I'm sure keeps Dylan up at night right now. That's why they're betting on AI the ways they are. That's why they're acquiring companies like Payload. They want to reduce risk. They want to reduce the uncertainty of the business while continuing to grow revenue. But if they IPO right now, suddenly the founders have cash. Suddenly the early employees have cash. Suddenly the investors have cash. Well, they don't have cash. They have equity that they can then slowly sell off and make some money. Because if it does turn out the business goes that way, then it ends up worth nothing. If they were to move the IPO to here after the revenue dropped, the company's worth a lot less money. Because investors are largely investing on growth and trajectory. They aren't investing on the depth of uncertainty that they don't understand. Most investors that will be investing in Figma when they IPO don't know anything about design or software development or any of this stuff. They certainly don't understand AI and the risk that it has for the business. But Figma does. They know this. I am certain that if Dylan was to see this chart, he would say, I don't necessarily agree, but internally is feeling this. That is why Figma is IPOing now. Have I covered everything with this one, guys? How'd I do? Saw there was a chat here. You don't know shit about coding or devs? Well, good to see you, Frozen. Thanks for the support. Did I miss anything? How'd I do? While you guys do that, I'm checking my email, see if I got invited. Not in it yet. Gonna check the Skate Discord quick. Haven't sent codes yet. Okay. I had to check in on that. I've not. I got into like the hacky playtest thing where you could like get in early. If I say something you disagree with, you can re-roll the take to like force me to try and phrase it differently or think about it differently. Are you all shitting on the T3 chat design in here? God damn it. You never escape. Usually one right after the other. I love that. Cool. Anything else in here? Buy Figma stock market. Common stock doesn't let you control the company. You can't buy common stock to have control. Cool. I think that's it. I think that's all I have to say about this one. I'm curious how y'all feel though. Is this type of breakdown of how the stock market and these companies thinking work valuable to you guys? I know you're here for dev stuff, but I think this stuff's interesting too. Curious what y'all think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Cool. I want to do a new intro for it. This is an important one. Oh boy, it's finally happening. Figma has filed their S1. This is the document that you need to file if you want to sell your company on the stock market. This means that Figma is about to become a publicly traded company, which means they're a public company, which means we have access to a ton of data that we didn't before, including but not limited to their $300K a day bill for AWS. Yes, $300,000 a day is their expected spend. including the money or including how much money their recent acquisitions have cost, including their current revenue, which is a number that is being misreported all over the place, but I dug in to get you the real numbers, and so much more. This is really interesting, especially if you've kept track of the history of Figma, in particular, the Adobe acquisition that was barred a few years ago. This is a wild ride. I am so pumped to break it all down with you guys. But as you know, Figma doesn't pay me anything, so we need to cover the bills quick. Quick word from today's sponsor to do that, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. Good shit. I am so curious what this is. Am I gonna get DMCA'd for the music?
Here has less to do with React, more to do with the fact that devs that don't know how to use the performance tools in Chrome can now build large apps. Build large apps. Build large apps. I think the bigger problem here. I think the bigger problem here has less to do with React, more to do with the fact that devs that don't know how to use the performance tools in Chrome can now build large apps.
How long did this take you? That clip was shared like an hour ago. Oh, Pogo. I miss the old Pogo days. Thank you for that, by the way. I should make sure I'm following you for making fun things like that. Thank you, Slug. That was fun. I don't like hosting WebSockets. I really don't. It's not a fun problem because I like avoiding state to the best of my ability. State is the root of most problems, and WebSockets are inherently very stateful. Search the Figma PDF for dev mode. Oh boy. Phase If this makes sense to stuff in somewhere, do it. If not, totally fine. I think the section where I said, like, I've been reading through this to find the truth. If you can sneak this there, that's cool. If not, whatever. I'm finding so much interesting stuff as I read through this. These charts are particularly fun. These are the revenue based on the cohort. So this is how much money they are making based on when the customer signed up. So 2024 customers make them a lot of money. 2021 customers started like increasing their spend over time, but are like close to 2024 customers. It's very interesting to see like your growth in this method of like when did they come in and how much of your revenue is coming from them. The more interesting charts are how much of their revenue is coming from customers that pay more than $10,000 a year. So they have 11,000 companies that spend over 10K a year on Figma. And they have over 1,000 customers spending 100K a year on Figma. That's kind of crazy. Yeah. Like this is 100 mil by itself. Just from customers, just from these 1,000 people, they're doing 100 mil a year. And obviously a huge part of their goal is to make it so more and more companies are paying them a full-time engineer's salary a year. Like that's 1,000 employees worth of compensation, basically, just from these 1,000 companies. It's nuts. So that is a big part of what's driving the way they're thinking. But this also says that the smaller companies and the smaller teams that are spending less aren't as much their focus and aren't necessarily as much the thing that they're converting the best right now. But $100,000 Figma bill is still just something that's terrifying to me. Cool. What do you got for me here? Okay, I just disagree with almost all of this. Gary had some really good posts about this yesterday. I want to find his post about visas. He like just made it. Fuck. Did he delete it? I can't find it, but yesterday he posted that like over 80% of students in the US for computer science and like AI research programs are here via a visa. Like it's so important. Like the amount of like our space that relies on like really incredibly talented people from around the world is insane. Like, we have somebody that I'm working on getting a visa for right now. I'm trying to get a visa for Julius because I can't imagine a better person than Julius for the work that we're doing. If I had somebody who was as good as Julius, I would pay them just to not have to deal with the immigration process. But he's too good. We're going to get him here. It's going to be on a visa because we don't want to disqualify people based on where they are in the world. We're not hiring him because he's cheaper. It's not. I've had to like get offices and shit in order to make the visa more likely to go through. I'm picking the best people for the job. And the value of the visa programs is that they increase the reach that you as a business have to hire the best people. Why not remote? He is remote right now. We can work better in person. We can move faster in person. Oh shit, yeah, did you find it? Yeah. There we are. Thank you. He quote tweeted this. That makes sense. American AI supremacy is built on legal skilled immigration. Keep it legal. Absolutely agree. 80% of computer science PhDs in the US are foreign nationals. Yeah. Every single person that Meta poached from OpenAI is here on a visa. Yeah, Ryan, right? It's crazy. So much of the like research and science that is powering this like crazy shit going on in the dev world is coming from visas. It's coming from people that got to the US based on their hard work. And I'm just as disinterested as possible in anything that makes it harder for those people to get here and be successful. I couldn't be more against things that will block really talented developers and engineers and hard workers from working in the country I think is the best place in the world to build businesses. I'm just not interested in any legislation or rule changes or laws that will prevent these types of incredibly hardworking people that my business needs to succeed, that I've invested in the businesses of, that are literally changing the world. I want them to be able to change the world in America. I want them to be able to change the world here. I don't want them to go to China to change the world. I don't want them to go to fucking India to change the world. I want them to change the world here, and I will keep fighting so they can do it here. Also, like Ryan Carniato is Canadian. Ryan's one of the smartest people I know. Imagine if he couldn't be in the US. So the issue here is that it's not that Microsoft is laying people off in favor of H-1Bs, because those are different orgs doing different things at different times. There are teams that are trying to hire up, and they're doing that through H-1Bs as one of the many methods to source good enough people for the work that they're doing. And on the other hand, the higher level business is making the decision to do layoffs. Do you think the people who were laid off weren't on H-1Bs? Some amount of them certainly were. It's the layoffs is separate from the hiring mechanisms. There are two different things going on at the same time. Like, there's a lot of things you can frame that way. Like, why would you use something like Convex when you could just hire a team of 5 people? And I don't agree with the people good at their jobs will survive. I wish this was the case, but at these big companies, the way that they do everything through data is not able to recognize certain types of work well. That's the problem when these layoffs happen at too high of a level where they're like a company mandate and it's automated. Mistakes will be made, which is awesome for people who are hiring because you can get some of these like truly legendary people that wouldn't ever have been on the market otherwise. But it also sucks if you pour your life into making TypeScript a viable language and then get laid off. Yeah, I'm also worried about the immigration changes so much so, Ryan. I'm like doing my best to get all the people I need here ASAP so that if it gets worse, it won't necessarily be as bad for them. But I'm very scared about the changes to immigration right now. Like so many of my friends are here due to the quality of the work that they do. They weren't born here. They're not citizens. They are just here fighting to be here. And the thought that people like them might not be able to come here in the future is terrifying. This is a different one, but this is also similar. I'm an extremist on this. I'm probably not going to do a video on it because I don't want to get in fucking trouble with all the racist assholes because I just don't want to be flamed right now. I'm busy enough as is. But yeah, know my stance. You haven't now. I am very strictly pro-legal immigration. Like, the only reason that this discussion is happening is racism, and it sucks. It absolutely sucks. Okay, so I hate when people let their politics get in the way of, like, basic good judgment. Yeah, the immigration process is fucked. We should be making it easier. What's my advice for talented people abroad to get in the US? Network with talented people in the US and convince them they need to work with you. Yeah, H-1B has always been broken, but they're trying to restrict it more, which would be very, very, very bad. I have not seen Huawei's open weight model. Is it illegal in the US? Hmm. If artificial analysis has covered it yet. That's just not loading. Does not look like they have. I haven't read the personality of the different models. That sounds fun. Make sure I know that these DMs are things that are important that I'm late on. Okay, nothing too on fire. That's nice. Oh, look, I'm getting community noted with a correction that I already filed. It would be really funny if they put that there instead of linking to an external source. It'd be nice if they put my source there. I get it. Lovable's on track for what at what? 1150 mil at 2 bill. Let me make sure my check went through quick. 1 second. My check went through. I got equity. I'm still getting my investor updates too, as expected. Cool. Let me check my doc quick. I want to see what I invested at. Sorry, I might have just made a lot of money. It's always good to know how much I may or may not have made. I'm going to do okay with that one. Nice. Good day to be Theo. I'm not going to complain about that. Sorry. Had to check. I'm not allowed to disclose anything, sadly, but what I'll say is it's quite a multiplier. Is their previous valuation public? The Crunchbase might have it. Cool. Not public info. I know things that I cannot share, and I cannot be. I have to be careful, so I can't disclose anything. But I stand to make a decent bit of money off this. Let's just leave it there. I wasn't typing anything sensitive. I was literally just searching Lovable in my bank statements to make sure I had paid them, so that I would be in this. Always models on Hugging Face. Ooh. I want to see if this is happening. Someone else replied to me, and I'm trying to find it. I'll just use the. Will this work here? Yeah. Why are you bringing that up here? Obnoxious. Email got delayed, so don't expect it until 44 minutes. Okay, we got more time then. Look at that, guys. Skate 3 on your Steam Deck's awesome? What? That works? Like the emulator can do it, or your cloud streaming, or what? Clonathon results should be Friday. Today's fast takeoff. This is a fucking essay. Save to maybe read later. Last message, what I miss? I have not covered this. I did functions, but this is different. Fuck, this is a video. Yep. Thanks. Video time. Table mid pry. Any other good resources for this? Skate 3 through Xenia on Steam Deck actually runs well. Noted. Okay. Una's Twitter. That makes sense. Very interesting. I did see Fancy Components went live. I think I filmed a video on it. We decided not to post it. I've covered my thought on DB stuff, or my thoughts on DB stuff so many times in so many places. It's not a simple thing. This. Island. What do you mean that it's better? You aren't using the top of the screen. You have that hole that's just always there and is very apparent. The thing that's cool about live notifications is that it takes the cutout on the screen and makes it part of the UI. It's reusing screen real estate. This is misusing it. And then the giant exit navigation on the bottom, this is objectively worse. It's taking up way more screen real estate and doing less. Has no concept of multitasking. It's one of the cooler things about live notifications is you can swipe between them, or the dynamic island, you can swipe between them. It's just bad. I didn't check to see how fucked my notifications are right now. It's usually pretty bad when I'm streaming. Let's do this. Any other important resources I've missed? With iPhone chips, very interesting. It feels like Apple is accepting that the MacBook and the iPad aren't competing devices now, finally, which is a huge change for them. Ooh. Let's do it. As if statements now. Thank you, dog. I work hard on the audio stuff. I'm a big nerd for that. Let's do it. CSS is a language. It's not necessary. I want a good intro here. Yeah. The web has 3 languages: HTML, CSS, and JS. Right now, one of those languages has an if statement. It's JS. Okay. Actually, I want a good framing here. The web has 3 languages: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Which of those languages have an if statement? You're probably a normal person and saying, yeah, JavaScript does and the rest don't. Well, that just changed. CSS now has an if function. Yes, really. Okay, HTML technically kind of does, but we're not getting into semantics. This is a literal, traditional if statement in CSS that provides a ton of really nice composability and complex stuff that previously you'd have to be applying and unapplying classes to things for. This is going to change so much stuff. I'm genuinely really, really excited for it. And I can't wait to dive in. But as you guys know, nobody in the CSS world is paying me. In fact, I spend a lot of money on nice CSS. So quick word from today's sponsor to cover the bills, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. CSS conditionals with the new if function. As always, these really fun new CSS things are being written and shown to me by Una. She's incredible, really talented dev over at Google. She even took the time to put together a little YouTube video. And I figured, what better way to start than to watch this together and use it as our base for reference. Also, my chat is freaking out over this. Specifically, Igor from Axiom is so hyped. The style people are so excited about this.
So I've been playing with the new CSS if function, which is pretty cool that we have this capability in CSS now. And this is landing in Chrome 137. So with if, you can essentially use custom property values and style queries to write logical styles based on custom property values. So the classic example is light and dark, but I wanted to take that a step further and really thought about how would I actually use this in a UI. If I'm building something, I'm probably using React or some other kind of library where in the DOM I'm structuring things using props. And so I wanted to do an example here where I have these different cards with data status on them. So each of these has a status: pending, complete, or inactive. So I have 3 different statuses. And then I'm using those data attributes to convert this data into CSS. And the way that I'm doing that is using custom properties. And I'm using the new attribute function where I can actually cast these values using a type. So I'm setting this status custom property using adder. I'm pulling in the data status, and then I'm setting that to a custom identifier type value.
Okay, I see where this is going. I had a feeling, but the big win here is going to be that you can configure which values are being applied without having to change the class names. It's going to make things like class names, CLSX, and all of that stuff for us Tailwind users. It's going to make life much better. Let's finish this video quick, and then I'll dive into all the nitty-gritty details about all the cool shit that we can do with it.
So now for each of these cards, we have a status custom property that is a custom identifier based on the data status that's inside of the DOM. Now that we have this status, we can actually set some styles. So I'm setting border color, background color, and grid column based on this status custom property. So first I have this if statement inside of the value for border color. So I can say if, then I'm using a style query. If the style query, that's status, is pending, so checking for this custom.
Yeah, so this is more, I know it's called if, but this is almost a switch statement, the way that the syntax works, which is really, really cool. Obviously, syntax is weird because CSS syntax has never been good. You get the idea, though.
Same thing for the background color. If the status is pending, light blue background. If it's complete, light green, else light gray. Then finally, I'm setting the grid column. So here, if it is pending, put it in the first column. If it's complete, put in the second column, else put in the third column.
That's actually a really clever thing I hadn't thought of, assigning which column something goes into based on a value. That's actually really, really cool.
So this used to not be accessible. Like doing something like this where I'm visually changing the DOM order used to not be accessible. And the reason why is because you have your DOM structure, right? So we have the DOM tree with all these items, and now they're out of order because I can move this to inactive, for example, and it's shifted over into that last column. So now we have an imbalance with our styles, visual styles, and what the DOM is showing us. So if you're using a screen reader, it doesn't align. But now there's a new property called reading flow, and reading flow just landed in Chrome today. There's an article out about it by Dai Zhang and Rachel Andrew that talks all about reading flow. And what this essentially does is it fixes that issue where you have a visual order mismatch with the source order of the DOM tree. So we can now correct for this in CSS. And what I'm doing there is I'm setting the reading flow right here to grid columns. So now a screen reader is going to read the columns of this in order, and that's the intended order that I want it to be read in.
This is really cool. The reading flow part in particular, I didn't even think of, and that's dope. I try to think about these accessibility things, but it's easy to miss them. That's a really, really good point. Highly recommend that you check out the whole video from Una, as well as subscribe to her channel. I already did, but I'm going to hit that notification button because she doesn't post that much, and every time she does, it's a banger. So very excited about that. Thank you, as always, for making such a good resource. Let's dive into the details. Although, if this is using that, I'm sure it's broken. Let me open up Chrome. Make sure we're on the latest. Give me a sec. Okay, Chrome's updating. Somebody made a good point that I should have liked the video, so I'm going to go do that quick. By the way, if you enjoy a video, hitting the like button is free, and half of y'all haven't subbed, so sub to Una, and if you haven't subbed to me, it doesn't hurt. Maybe give it a shot if you haven't given it one yet. Anyways. There's screenshots? Okay. Intarc themes. Fun. The container queries are dope. I really need to do more diving in on the cool things you can do with them. Cool demo. None of this is going to work in that browser. Let me relaunch Chrome. Oh, we're mid-recording. Oh, this is touch versus non-touch for the example. Supports, okay, LCH. Otherwise, let's go play with that. Okay. I can't not play with the demo. If we change this from pending to complete, that should have worked. Yeah, okay. So I changed this from pending to complete. And it disappears entirely. Huh. Oh, completes middle column. What's the right column then? Inactive? Okay. I couldn't see it because of the height of this all. Let's switch this to a better layout. There we go. Look at that. And now if I change this to inactive, it moves under there. Change it to complete. Can't save. It moves there. Nice. Okay. There we go. Yeah, this is really cool. There's a ton of potential here. You might be confused about what the potential is, but let me come up with a good example quick. I need a good sandbox for playing around with Tailwind and React. Let me just go and knit something. Make a basic. What I want to do for the demo here. Let Claude hack at that. Well, that's going. Let me see if there's any update here. How's Cursor doing? It's making progress. Let's see how it did. Okay, didn't get drag and drop working. Let me see how the Tailwind code is for this, though, quick. Column tasks map. Cool. Got the spec here. I use it for a bunch of random bindings. I love my mini D-pad in the middle of the keyboard, my page up, page down. Caps lock is hyper. Escape is objectively less useful than control. Like, way less so. Yeah, I'm caps to hyper now. I was caps to control, but I had too many other random things I wanted to be able to bind. Like, since it was control, I wanted caps lock plus like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to be swaps to like different things like that. But sadly, when I had that, it broke control number buttons for things like Superhuman and Notion both use that for switching between profiles, and it broke a bunch of shit. I have always hated my Keychron. I barely ever used it. I used it for like 2 days. Not even. Like, I either gave it to somebody or it's sitting in a box somewhere. I fucking hate Keychron. It's such a weird layout. All of the like pseudo 60% boards that have extra keys and shit on it, I hate them. Like, if I'm going to do a weird layout, I'm just going to use my fucking Kinesis. So I'm on my Kinesis as my main keyboard, and whatever 60% I'm happy with as my other keyboard. Right now I'm using, because like game, I'm on the Wooting, because it's really nice for gaming. Other than that, whatever. I just need a decent 60%. I really like the Poker 3's layout, the Vortex, but whatever. Cool. That worked. Let's... I need to push. Cool. Where are they putting the demo data? Okay, let's change all of these. I need it. Okay. Okay, I think I have everything I need to do this demo. Cool. So I wanted to showcase where this type of thing would be useful. I'm stealing the idea of this particular type of demo where you have a issue tracker similar to Trello or something. But I did something in here that I think will be useful for the sake of understanding. I have due dates on these, and different due dates are going to result in different stylings of the cards. If something's overdue, we should style it red. The way we do that right now is not fun. See this? We have JavaScript that has to check. If it has a due date and the due date is overdue, then we render it with a red border, and hover will also be a red border in a slightly different color. And then down here, we have a task due date, where the class names are again changing. If you use something like class names or CLSX for this, the syntax is marginally better, but it is actually like a good bit of work on the CSS side to deal with all these things, especially if you have base classes and you want to change them based on specific properties. Like if we wanted to set text blue 400 as the default and then add the different color depending on the specific attribute, it's not fun. And if you've worked a lot in something like ShadCN or just complex Tailwind code bases with interesting component systems, you know how painful this can get because the order that you apply the class names to an element is not the order that the classes apply on the element. It's not great. If you have class A, then like if I apply A, then B here, but in my CSS, it's ordered as like B has like background color red, and then A has background color blue. The really unintuitive thing in CSS is even if I put B second, it will get overridden by A because of the order it appears in the CSS. These are problems that have bothered me and many others many times. It's even more fun when you have complex enough CSS bundling that causes the order to be different in production than it is in dev. All of these things have driven me mad for years, and the result is that we have built really complex JavaScript libraries and systems to make sure only the right class names are applied. What if we didn't have to? What if instead of doing this, we were able to put text status color? And instead, we had data status overdue instead. Well, now, once I delete that, well, now we're not going to get any color at all. And if I go here, you'll see the due date colors are gone. It'd be really nice if this just worked, though. The problem is that text status color doesn't exist. And even if it did, it would only exist with one state. But that's the magic of this proposal. We write text status color. We can do something like this. Sure, that works. Awesome. Really cool. What happens when it starts getting more complex? I'm going to go back to make sure we have a real good example here. I want a really good demo for this. Give me a sec. How do I want to frame this? I guess if it's... What do you mean 3 states? This would be fine with 3 states, wouldn't it? Oh shit. Naman, you're one of the few people that I will allow for derailing. I was going to cite you momentarily, actually. Okay, I see why that's broken. Okay, yeah, this is a really good demo. Okay, it doesn't have to be a data attribute. Let me try that, actually. I'm curious. Phase, I'll tell you when to cut to. I'm going to do a lot of playing. Oh, error, but I'm curious if it still works. No, it just makes everything red. Cool. So that does not work. Good to know. Might be React just refusing to apply them, but that's fine. Oh, also, I wasn't doing the if statements. That's the difference there. I'm being dumb. Sorry. Brain falling out. Let me just copy this to be one if statement, color, if. We put colors as data attributes. We already do that with vars as inline styles. Yeah. I need to just pick what I want to demo here. I keep like starting to write. I'm like, oh, I want to do this other thing instead, and then getting distracted. The ADHD is winning really hard right now. Let me. Nah, I don't like that for what I'm thinking here. I need to learn to think in this new syntax first. If, okay, dash dash status. How do I want to do this? I might just use Naman's demo and not think more about it. I do like that idea. Yeah. Fuck it. We'll just cut to this and use this instead. Status, data status, type, pending or overdue. Okay. Oh. I was about to commit to Naman's demo, then Naman wrote the line of code that my brain was struggling to finish for me. A double dash. Oh, that's wrong. Get the rest of the syntax quick. It is weird syntax for those of us who don't write a lot of this type of bullshit. Okay. It is weird that that's style is the wrapper variable there, but I can get over it. Need that. What's it mad about with formatting? If style colon style colon else. It's just that Prettier doesn't know how to do. Oh, am I missing a paren there? Yeah, that's what it is. Cool. Thank you guys. If I did this right. Cool. Fuck. What'd I miss? Check CSS inspector. God damn it. Might not be working with an enum. Oh. What was for okay, type custom ident. That's fine. Wondering what poor Una had done. That's fine. Is it? Yeah, stylus or status pending complete. Huh. Status color. White, red, gray. Is hitting the else case. Oh shit, huge gift bomb. Thank you so much for the gifts. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Malik. Fucking legend. You've done so many over time, right? Paying forward the gift that you got from the from Limit.io in the past. That's nuts. Thank you so much for the gift bomb. I thought you had gifted a bunch before. It's supposed to say how many you've done lifetime. Appreciate that a ton. I'll thank you more properly in a bit once we finish figuring this out. The red is working. This red border is from something else. Type custom ident. That should be working. Status pending, status overdue, red. Okay. Fuck this. We're not doing that demo. Yeah, phase cut all the work I put in for that. Cut to here. No worries, Malik. Thanks again for the gift. Really appreciate that. Back to this really quick. So we just put a lot of time trying to get this working on a custom issue tracking demo and hit a bunch of weird snags because it's a new thing, not too surprising. But this code, as far as we know, should be working and isn't. That is fine because Naman put together a much more compelling demo for us. Here you see this hello button that on hover changes colors and when clicked also changes to colors. But more importantly, when we resize the window, it changes colors too. So let's see how this works. We have some custom properties defined like hover, focus visible, and active. And these custom properties have syntax, number, initial 0, inherit false, just properties we can now apply to random things. All properties on the site have default set for these. Hover set to initial, focus visible set to initial, and actives also set to initial. And then we set the hover, or on hover for any element, dash dash hover is 1. On focus visible, dash dash focus visible is 1. And active, what we're doing is we're making these properties accessible on all elements so that instead of having to do class name : hover, we can now access the property to see if hovering is happening or not. So from here, we have a function that was defined. Mobile first. Small, medium is var small, large is var mg, XL is var large. This has been MD. Yeah, found a typo in your demo. Regardless, you get the idea here. Result for this function with mobile first is that we always return var small by default, but if you hit certain minimum widths, we then send larger variables. Cool. So this is how we get a value for what size to use. All makes sense. Hover focus active, again, it's a function that takes in, and then hover focus active, again, is a function, but now we're starting to use ifs. If the style is active, then we set the variable to be A. If it is focus, we set it to F, and if it's hover, we set it to H. Otherwise, we just set it to base. So let's see how this function is used. Is it? Oh, it's not. These are all things that were commented out. Okay. Scratch that part from your brain. Here's the interesting parts. Button, background. If style is active, set it to be roughly white. Or is that right? No, it's the gray. And if hover, we set it to black. And if focus visible, we set it to a different color as well. Now we have a pretty simple way to determine the background color of this button using properties that are predefined here as globals. So this sets it so that these properties exist on every element on the page. And now wherever we feel like, we can just write this really simple if check to determine which properties are assigned. Dash dash active is on mouse down. So when I click, you can see that is red. F33 is the red color. All zeros is the black when you're hovering. And having that all as properties inside here is really cool. The idea that this one class button can be defined and have these properties instead of button : hover and have this override, and then button : active and have this override. This is really nice, in particular for control flow, because if you were to have these be the different ways that you apply these behaviors. How do you take on that? This is really nice because if we were to break this down and do it the old school way, where we set background to be 333, I'll comment this out actually. Cool. Retake on all that. Let's compare this to the old way quick. We'll set this background color to be the default. Oops. Yeah. And now it doesn't change when we do anything. Expected. We can change it so on hover, we set the background color to be the right thing. Now I've restored the hover behavior. Now we can restore active behavior. Cool. Really easy, simple to understand. We get it. There is an issue here that I don't like. As somebody who puts a lot of time into structuring these systems, the ordering here sucks. The fact that the last option is the one that applies most aggressively sucks. If I swap these and I put hover at the bottom and active there, now when I'm clicking, nothing happens. That's not intuitive. That makes life harder when you're building really big systems with lots of classes scattered all around them. And now it's possible for somebody to add a custom class somewhere down the line that comes in earlier or later and break everything. The magic of this new way of doing it is that it's all defined in the same class, and the order is it escapes when the thing that you put here is true. So it's very intuitive that if active, we do that. If not, we check the next thing. If focus visible, we do that. If not, we check the next thing. If style, we do that. Or if hover, we do that. If not, we check the next thing. If else, okay, we're at the end. Do that instead. That is awesome. It makes it way clearer what will apply when. We won't have to spend all our time in the dev tools figuring out why this color isn't applying. Oh, it turns out it has an old class name on it where it's not supposed to. This is great. My hot take with this is that if Google's goal is to make it so that frameworks aren't as necessary in the browser, this is one of the best steps they can take. This type of change makes it so that the browser primitives are way more composable and way more useful and way more, in my opinion, scalable, because these types of behaviors and these types of definitions being able to live here is really good. It's also really nice because it works as an inline style, which is even cooler. You don't need to go define the CSS this way. You don't have to worry about how inline styles conflict with the styles in your CSS file. You don't have to worry about any of this stuff. It just kind of works because it's just CSS. No more chaos with class names, Tailwind merge, and all that stuff. It just does what it's supposed to. And if it only lets you apply based on properties, it would already be really cool. But as mentioned before, we can go so much further with it. You could use this to check if something supports a different color scheme. So if it doesn't support OKLCH, then it can apply traditional, or then it could apply a traditional hex color instead. If you have a pointer, as in you have a mouse cursor on your device, because that's a media attribute, then we can make a button smaller than if you're on a touchscreen. That's really, really cool and useful, being able to define that there, instead of having different classes for all these different properties. Previously, this is what you'd have to write for that, and that sucks. You'd have to do a @media wrapper and then redefine the thing underneath. In this control flow, it just fucking sucks. And if you were to flip this, if you were to accidentally put the @media wrapper on top, it breaks. I bet this would make the CSS and I bet this would make the Minecraft and CSS hilariously easier too, which would be super cool to see. Honestly, the more I think about the grid column example that Una did, the more I'm in love with it because it really showcases the type of thing that you wouldn't want to define multiple classes for. Imagine if you had to redefine, or imagine if you had to define different classes for all of the different states that a card could be in that do that assignment, that put it in the different column. If we had card : data status attribute is pending, then grid column is 1. Defining 4 cards, or defining card 4 times, 3 times for the shared style, or you'd have to define card 4 times, once for the shared styles, and then 3 more times for all of the if checks that you have to do instead. That's not good, and this change makes it actually quite pleasant. Like the alternative here is card : I had it in this. Let me. Let me go rewrite this in cursor where it can autocomplete. I think it's TypeScript. Oh. Oh shit, Malik with the 100 gifts. Jesus Christ, man. Thank you for that. Let me finish filming this video so I can thank you properly. Gotta do my job, you know? Jesus Christ. Okay, there we go. Cool. Thank you, Cursor, for rewriting all of this for me. That was not fun. Here we are. So what I have to do instead, we set the default class with just border. We then set the data status pending version, which has different properties. We then set the complete version with different properties. We then set when not data status or the data status isn't one of these, then we have our fallback to the final column. That is not fun or clean. And now imagine something slightly different. Like maybe in some cases you want to have an override where if this other property is more important, like it doesn't matter if it's completed or not, if it's overdue, you still want to highlight the color in red, you're screwed. And that's where this is going to get really, really magical. Imagine if we're not checking the same property for each of these. If we have status, but we also have overdue as a separate attribute. That's like data overdue type custom ident. And if it's overdue, we always want the border color to be red. This is so cool that we can mix and match different properties in the same if statement. But maybe if it's complete, we don't want to do that. We only want to show it overdue if it isn't complete. So now we can change that. We just change overdue to be after because the order matters. If I change this to pending, overdue true. Okay, that should have worked, shouldn't it? Complete sea green, overdue true, red. Why'd that break? Oh, it's because I have all these. It's because I have all these. That's why. I'm stupid. I delete all this. Okay, I made a mistake. I had some old code left over. That's why that was broken. It's fixed now. It works how I would expect. You get the idea. Now we can pick for different things where we do or don't want the property to matter. I can comment that out, and now it's red if it's overdue, but if we change that same element to be completed, it will no longer be red because we prioritize completion to overdue. Yeah, we moved to complete, and the red border is gone because we check for status complete first, then we check for overdue, then we check for status pending. That's so good. And different elements can check for and different properties can check for different things in different orders, depending on what the needs of the component are. That's why this is magical. We're not trying to force CSS into the right shape for our stuff. We're not defining a bunch of weird conditions in JavaScript and applying different classes accordingly. We're not redefining the same class in 100 places in order to try and apply the right thing at the right time. People in chat are saying that this is helping it click for them and that suddenly they would actually want to write CSS again. I agree. This is really, really cool. I'm hyped. The idea of mixing and matching what you are checking against as you assign specific properties based on attributes, based on user device characteristics, based on hover behaviors, based on all these different things, that is really, really compelling to me. This also means that inline styles just got way cooler too. So for those of you like me who think inline styles got more shit than they deserved, our time is now. Things are going to get really fun really fast, and I am personally quite excited for it. The future of CSS has never felt brighter, and I am really hyped on this now. Curious what you guys think, though. Are if statements overrated for styles, or is this actually compelling to you? I know that this is useful to me, but I'm probably going to stick with Tailwind, at least for the time being. My team and my AI agents are really good at it, but I'm curious how you feel. Let me know in the comments. And until next time, peace, nerds. They just walked so this could run. Lol. Cool. That is done. Good stuff. Thank you all for the help getting that one good. How much do I miss Planet Scale? I don't like numpads. I just don't need them. Let me thank the pile of gift bombs that Malik dropped here. Thank you again for that. How do we do the previews for uploading files in T3 chat? We just upload them immediately. We are planning on overhauling it soon. Oh no, I can't scroll back far enough to see how many subs you have. That's fucking Twitch, man. I'm sorry. Well, thank you for the endless support and gift bombs. Also, B to kill at the prime. Thank you for that. Krish hitting the 28 months. Appreciate the support. RMXB hitting 1 year. All the banger alerts from Rip Grim. Thank you. As well as the resub. Evo is here. I missed you. Thank you for joining. Good to see you. 15 months. Jesus. 500 total gifts from Alec. That's insane. Oh, I'm sure we have some custom code for that. I know that Julius wants to overhaul both how we're doing upload thing on the client side and also make some improvements to upload things so that it's easier for others in the future. There's a lot of cool stuff happening there. Julius would be the one to ask. I haven't even reviewed that code. I've been way too busy, sadly. You just gift another 100, you fucking lunatic. Thank you for all the support, man. That's crazy. 635. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the support. I hope that's helpful. Sorry I didn't have a better answer for that one. $250 this stream alone. Jesus Christ. Well, time for React is insane. That's going to be a fun one. Did chat break on YouTube again? I think it did. Oh, it's reloading. Fingers crossed it'll actually work. For those asking why I don't read YouTube chat, it's because this shit happens. It just like literally killed the tab. There you go. Sorry about that, guys. Blame YouTube, not me. Well, I already set the marker for React Feels Insane. Let's get started with this one. React still feels insane, and no one is talking about it. I saw this article, and as soon as I did, I knew I was going to have to read it with y'all and talk about my thoughts. Apparently, nobody's talking about this, so I figured I should probably be the one to do it. As you know, I've been writing React code for a while, and I've been seeing fewer of these like React is terrible takes lately, but every once in a while one comes up and it feels like they're increasingly delusional, honestly. And I'm really excited to see where this one goes. There's always some good points in these, and I like to try and find them and bring out the good parts of these takedowns. But I have legitimately no idea where this one's going to go. I have a feeling this will be a wild ride, and it's also going to probably raise my blood pressure. Sadly, the author is not paying me, so they will not be covering my medical bills. As such, quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll get right back to it. Let's figure out why React still feels insane. Recently, I did a side project that I wrote about in the other post. What's the other post? Side project we actually finished. Cool. Part of it, I had what was supposed to be just a few paragraphs on how React sucks, but I couldn't stop writing about it. So here it is, a full standalone blog post, even bigger than the one that it sprang from, all about how React sucks and how it might not even be its own fault. And that just made me even more interested to read this. Oh boy. Ye old Angular. In my junior days, down on the streets, I used to do AngularJS for money. At the time, it was a seriously good piece of technology. Definitely the biggest JS framework of its time. And what's most important to its legacy, probably the first time web devs had a real framework. Prior to that, they were all just libraries. So this is the first one that gave you not only a set of functions to use, but the actual framework in which you build your web apps. Very much true. Most other solutions pre-Angular were very like, here's how you add the script tag to the project. Here's how you access elements on the page that are already there, because they're all assuming you're adding it to an existing thing. Angular really took the like ground up approach of here's how we think about building a new web application from scratch. Hell, Angular is the reason that we got something like TypeScript. TypeScript was a huge bet that Angular made going from 1 to 2, from AngularJS to Angular, because they wanted you to have a whole build. They wanted you to think about your app as a thing that was built and compiled and tested and checked and run, not as a bunch of JS scripts just floating around the web. And that's a huge impact that Angular does deserve credit for. Things are always only good in relative, and Angular was good because its predecessors were not. I like this framing, actually. I didn't think I was going to dig where they're coming from so much, but the idea that good is a relative term, that it is defining not how objectively good or bad a thing is, but where it lands based on what we currently know and use. And Angular absolutely was good because its predecessors didn't solve the problems that it solved. At the time, we had no other single-page app framework like Backbone and Knockout. At the time, we did have other SPA frameworks like Backbone and Knockout, but they didn't leave as much of an impact. The real enemy that Angular beat was jQuery. Even though jQuery was only a wrapper over the, at the time, very shoddy HTML DOM APIs, it still became a de facto standard if you wanted to build a complex web app. How it worked was pretty straightforward. You create HTML elements in JS, manually and imperatively. Then you modify them, move them around, and do whatever it takes to make the website interactive as though it is an app. This all works completely fine for simple apps, but you can imagine it becoming a maintenance nightmare in case of anything bigger. Absolutely. Anybody who says jQuery is totally fine has a really cool blog and nothing more sophisticated than that. If jQuery is good enough to build a scalable solution with the thing that you're solving, you're not solving anything even vaguely interesting. Even building something like Twitter, like a basic Twitter clone or a Trello board and stuff like that, good luck, have fun doing that in jQuery, especially when you bring another dev in. If you try to access an element that isn't actually on the page, or maybe there's two of them on the page, the whole model falls apart because you're literally like wiring spaghetti between things. There is no deterministic top to bottom when you're building with jQuery. You're adding behaviors to elements and hoping that both exist in the right place at the right time. This is exactly what started to happen. You can't really blame jQuery, only the appetites of modern users who needed that kind of interactivity everywhere. Devs were blindsided to keep using jQuery even though it wasn't a good fit for the job anymore. Then Angular arrived and had it all sorted out. You could focus your energy on writing the UI and app logic instead of manually assembling individual pieces of HTML. It truly was a game-changing framework. Notice he crossed off library there. As you finally had a proper tool to make big interactive applications. Some magic things it had. We'll go over those in a sec, but I really want to emphasize this point. Google made Angular because they had just built a bunch of really prominent web applications like Gmail, and it was hurting them more and more every day how painful it was to scale up these projects, add more people to the team, add new features, and keep everything from breaking. They needed something better, and Angular was what they built to solve the problem of Google wanting to build more and more interactive applications on the web. The first part that Angular added that was really nice was components. It had weird names, so they were actually called directives. But in any case, you could define a simple HTML and JS file combo representing a piece of UI and then reuse it across multiple places in the app. Reusable elements is a thing that you would be amazed how hard web dev was without it, that we went as far and hard as we did without them. The reusable part of the web was CSS. You could reuse the styles, and everything else you had to redefine. Next was two-way binding. You define a variable, and whenever it changes, all the places in the UI are updated. This works really well. Later, people started nagging that this omnidirectional data flow is bad, so there was a push to a one-way, top-to-bottom bindings instead, which does sound technically better, but in practice it makes everything more complicated and started a strand of discussion which ended with us all having to use Redux today. So thanks. You were doing so good, bud. Excalibur time. Complexity is a spectrum. On the left here, we'll have simple, static page. And on the other end, we'll have complex as hell, Figma. This is the spectrum of complexity in apps. And different solutions work well, I would say work best for different things. For example, if you're building a blog, that fits down there, and that blog will be served really well with technologies like HTMX or Astro. As you get more interactive, the range at which these things cover changes. If we were to think of this as ranges in that way, what's the range that jQuery covers? Obviously, it covers really simple stuff. If it's static, you barely even need jQuery, but whatever. And there are spots throughout this where things get more or less interactive. Like at some point, we have like an e-commerce site. E-commerce site has a certain amount of interactivity that is needed for it to be a good experience. Then you have something more complex, like a content or like a social media feed. And here's something even more complex and interactive, like a video call app. And as you get to these different tiers of complexity, the tools that are and aren't useful shift. You can argue which ones are more or less useful in which parts, but honestly, I hope we can all agree something like React fits really well from e-commerce site to video call app. But once you hit a certain level of complexity, once you're living inside of the canvas, you're building most of Figma's stuff in React would not be very fun. And you also don't need it for a simple static page. Oops. So where does Angular fit? I would argue that Angular does about that, especially if you're one-way binding, or especially if you're doing two-way bindings. Certain patterns only work well at certain sizes. And the fun thing here is that as you go further left, the frameworks and the code you write with them gets simpler. If you are going really far to the left here, you're building simple things, and you're picking something like React and Redux to build it with, the complexity that you're eating is entirely unnecessary, and it's going to feel like the tool is bad because it is harder than the problem that you're solving is. But if you take something like HTMX, which works really well to like here, I would say to like there, there's a certain level of complexity at which HTMX stops being beneficial to you and starts to hurt you a bit. That doesn't mean you shouldn't use it for things there. It doesn't mean you shouldn't reach for it when your complexity of your web apps gets more and more complex. But it does mean that it stops being useful at a point, and it is time to reach for things that handle complex state management better. Another thing on this spectrum is that with the complexity changes, the number of employees and the number of people on the team tends to change as well. As the thing you're building gets more complex, the number of people who have to work on it increases too. And the solutions that handle that well are more and more valuable as you go from left to right. The reason I bring this chart up is that most developers have only hit a certain level of complexity in the thing they build. And if you've only built something as complex as a social media feed and you've never went further, you haven't built a video call app, you haven't built Figma in the browser, then a really weird thing happens. You stop acknowledging everything past that point. Your brain just blocks it out. So if you see the world like this, you think the social media feed, the Twitters of the world, that is the peak, that is the cap for complexity. Then anything beyond that point feels like mental illness to you. If you think complexity ends there, if you think that's as complex as the web can get, then you will see everything that is gone, or then you'll see everything going on past that point is entirely unnecessary, distracting, problematic, and bad and dangerous. The window that you're thinking in is going to drastically color the types of solutions you are and aren't interested in. So if this is where your line is, if you draw your line at the social media feed, then you see the stuff React does to handle even more complex things as I said before, mental illness. To you, it just seems entirely wrong and stupid. So if you think two-way binding is totally fine and that's how most things should work, and anybody who's pushing hard for one-way binding is just trying too hard to make things more complex for no reason, you've never dealt with the complexity past that point. And that's okay. I just wish more people would recognize it. So what's sad for me here is I feel like the author and I are going to agree a lot here. But it seems like the author is doing the thing where everything past their point is bad and evil, and everything before their point is good and fine and help them get where they are. Let's see if that's where this goes. That's just my prediction. On my first job, I worked on exactly one such rewrite of a huge, unwieldy jQuery app into an Angular app. Both the process and the end results were pretty good. What was not good, though, was having to rewrite the exact same screens in Angular 2 a few years later. And I'm just happy I left the company early enough before they made me rewrite it for a third time in React later. That's bad management. I feel you on that. That sucks. Let's see where your bias against React came from. I did get a chance later to get to learn React and even use it professionally on a project or two. I still remember seeing how fresh it looked on first glance. At the time, the contrast was with the framework of the day, which was Angular 2, a complete rewrite of the original, but now with twice the boilerplate, TypeScript out of the box, one-way binding, reactive and observable patterns, all good things on their own, but goddamn was it complicated, slow to work on, slow to build, and slow to run. React swung the pendulum back to the simplicity, and people were React swung the pendulum back to simplicity, and people were all up for it. And for a while, simplicity remained. React gained popularity to become the #1 library for making single-page apps. Yes, now we're using the term library again, showing how much simpler it really was. You can't reasonably build a complex app with just a library. You need a few of them to handle all of the app's concerns, but you also need some code structure. React's bring your own beer approach meant that you basically built a framework for yourself, with all the downsides that had. I agree. Since React was so focused on the component structure and the component model, it didn't solve very many other problems, and this did result in no two React apps being the same. Each one had a bespoke framework built out of random libraries that they found on the internet. Okay, this is where you're losing me. When you say random libraries found on the internet, you're intentionally downplaying what a lot of these are. Angular is a random framework you found on the internet. If you word it that way, it sounds a lot worse. You're choosing to make it sound bad here with stupid fucking wording. How about each of these had a bespoke framework built out of various libraries battle tested by many Fortune 500 companies? We're saying the same thing, just one of those sucks less and one of those unfairly downplays these libraries, the other unfairly elevates them. You could have worded this as a wide set of libraries from various maintainers not directly tied to the React team and gotten the main point across without being derogatory. But I get you're frustrated. Let's hear your frustrations out. The apps I had the misfortune to work on at the time all made me think the same thing. Even Angular 2 would be better than this. The JSX core always seemed solid. Solid JSX. I have a feeling I know where we're going with that. Everything else around it was just plain mess. So I got out and went writing some Java backends, which I believe says it all. This is really particularly funny to me because I had the opposite journey where I was really anti-front end. In particular, when Angular happened, I was like, fuck all of this. You're making this way too complex for no reason. Because I had the opposite problem. And the reason I felt that way is I had the same problem. I thought that everything right of this was mental illness. I thought static sites and e-commerce sites were the web. And if you needed something more complex than that, you were wrong. What I'm building is totally fine with PHP and a bit of jQuery. Why are you needing something more complex? It's because you suck and you're incompetent. Or so I thought when I was 18. I had to grow up a lot. Then I ended up at Twitch. And as I was at Twitch, I saw the complexity of the front end and the crazy Ember codebase they were working in. And I laughed at them. And I went and built in my fancy Elixir stack all the backend tools and infrastructure that we needed for our video pipelines for the stuff we were doing at the time. And then that team got folded into another team, and that team was using Go. I did not like Go very much. Around the same time, Twitch started rewriting the website from Ember to React and TypeScript. And that was a really big moment for me. Because I still hated building for the web. I literally looked down on web devs, which is funny because most people think of me as a web dev now. No, my career is backend. But I started working in that code base because I was impressed with the hustle of the team that came in and said, no, we're rewriting this. And then hooks happened. And I'm a big functional programming nerd. So hooks got me to take React way more seriously. And I quickly became one of the main contributors to the website for Twitch and started getting more and more involved in the process of rewriting Twitch in React. I got hooked, as Dom just made the great pun for. The point I'm trying to make here is that I also thought that front-end stuff was terrible and way overly complex and missed the days of just jQuerying the things. So I was all in on backend. React pulled me into the front end. React made me fall in love with what you could do and the complexity that was necessary at a company like Twitch, building a really complex interactive application. React made our lives so much simpler than the Ember shit show we were dealing with prior. It meant more people could contribute more things, more parts could be reused across the app, and better software could be written for our users as a result of switching to React. It was a huge win for us, and obviously for me as a developer, my career trajectory entirely changed as a result of me drinking the Kool-Aid, trying React more heavily, and falling in love with what you could do with it. And it's really funny to me that this developer seems to have had the opposite experience, where they went and wrote Java because they would rather do that than have their notion of how front-end's supposed to work be challenged this hard. Like, do you actually believe that the entire industry has picked Angular 2 onwards and React because we're all insane and wrong? This is a thing I always hate. Like, if the majority of people believe a thing, especially if the majority of experts in the field believe a thing and pick a specific thing, why do you think your weird insight is better than the entire industry? It's the it's the kids who are wrong meme is what this is. Like, how do you look at an entire industry using these things and be like, you're unnecessarily complex, you have no idea what you're doing, when the best people in the world are working on these things? Anyways, just when I thought I was out. They say a man can never really learn anything. You either know something or you don't. I apparently don't, so I dragged myself back into React recently. Granted, it was a hobby project, so I didn't experience it in full like I would if it was a serious prod app. But still, even this experience both confirmed and greatly exceeded my low expectations for it. React feels insane, and I don't know how no one else is talking about it. This is where you're supposed to have the self-reflection moment of, maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Maybe I should talk to somebody who gets it better so that I can learn from them. Architecture, components, and state. Before we get there, actually, I also want to call out the fact it was a hobby project. I have a feeling this hobby project probably wasn't that complex. We shall see. I am curious. I have a feeling this might not have been the best thing to put React on. Architecture, components, and state. First, let's start with the architecture React enforces for you. As said before, React's only a library, so it's not forcing you onto anything. But still, the implicit constraints of having JSX make some patterns surface on their own. Eons ago, we used to talk about MVC, MVVM, MVP, all of which only are variations on the same theme. So which is React? None. I believe this is a newish paradigm. I think we could literally call it component-based architecture. We'll see where he's going. On first glance, it's all logical. You have components, you build a top-down tree of them, and bam, there's your app. React does some internal magic to make sure it's up to date with the data you give it. Simple enough. But sometime along the way, it all started acting smarter than it really should be. For a simple UI library, React sure has a lot of loaded terms. And for a library that doesn't have anything to do with functional programming, it sure has a lot of functional programming names inside. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's start from the state. If you have a top-down tree of components, it's logical you'd want to pass the state top-down too. But in practice, with components very numerous and small, this gets very messy, as you spend a lot of time and code just wiring the various pieces of data to get them where you need them. This was solved by sideloading state into components using React hooks. What? What? Oh God, this is gonna fall apart fast, isn't it? I haven't heard anyone complain about this, but are you guys serious? You're saying that any component can use any piece of app state. No, there is no such thing as app state. You built your own app state. There is no global state in React. You're adding it somehow. Are you expecting... Did you set up Redux in 2025 and get mad because it was more complex than your side project? Is that where this is going to go? We go back to my chart. Redux squarely fits like here. It's a very small range where Redux is actually particularly useful. And honestly, most code bases with Redux should be using it alongside something else, like TanStack. Tan-stat query, React query, whatever you want to call it, old name, new name, whatever. React query is useful all over the spectrum of where data is accessed in your app. And if you combine Redux with something like React query, now you can use React query for things that are server sync, for async bullshit, whatever else. And you can use Redux for the bits that are really client update heavy, that are very granular. You can adopt the right part for the thing you're doing. That's part of why the thing is so modular. That's why we have all these random libraries, as the author liked to call out earlier. Crazy that you didn't take the time to look at them. And I get it. You're expecting the framework to bring everything to you, and you're looking at the list of the popular option. You're like, okay, React doesn't have state, so I'm going to bring in one state library to solve all my problems. No. Oh God, this is getting worse. Any component can emit a state change that can update any other component. If you turned React into jQuery, that's your doing, not ours. So you didn't like passing props down to your components, which, by the way, people bitch about prop drilling way too much. Prop drilling is not a big deal, especially now in the AI world where you can just or pass one prop one time and then tab complete carries you the rest of the way. I am very defensive of prop drilling. I think it gets way more shit than it deserves. You built a complex hole in your app because you wanted to avoid one line of code in 3 places. Just drill the fucking props. Who cares? It makes it very clear what cares about what. How did this even pass a code review? You're basically using a global variable just with more elaborate state mutation rules. They're not even rules, merely a ceremony, because nothing is really preventing you from mutating state anywhere. You'll really think if you give something a smart name, like a reducer, it suddenly becomes good architecture? Okay, so this is literally just bitching about Redux, isn't it? We'll see where we go. So if both top-down and sideloading approaches suck, what would be the solution? I honestly don't know. In fact, the only thing I can think of is, we can't solve this nicely. Maybe the entire component architecture was a mistake. We should have called it a paragon of nice design and stopped innovating. Maybe this time for a change, we really did need yet another JS framework and that would try something better. God, this is going to be a rant about Redux, isn't it? It's a shame because like the opening was solid. I had a lot of agreement and alignment with this author until they just stopped actually caring about the thing they're talking about. React hooks. Next in the things we're unsure how they pass code review, let's riff on React hooks. There's no denying they're useful, but their existence even to this day raises question marks above my head. Oh God. Hooks do to state what components did to elements. They make pieces that are complex and useful reusable. And they let you structure your component state around the state rather than structure the state around your component. The power of hooks is incredible. The fact that we can define a custom hook that has a complex behavior like a debounced change, and we can pass that hook to different places and reuse it is incredible. Oh shit, huge raid. Thank you, Ricky, so much for the raid. Appreciate you a ton. For those who don't know, Ricky's a skate streamer that I absolutely adore. Always good to see him. We rated him last week when he was doing the tier list of skate rappers. And I just actually watched the video, by the way, Ricky. It was really good. Very entertaining for me because I actually knew all of the people in it and how good they were at skating. So it was very entertaining to see you as someone who isn't weirdly locked in the hip hop game, trying to figure out who was who. Like being entirely clueless about who Earl was. And also the YG versus Logic game where you're like, I know YG, but I have no idea who this Logic guy is. I actually started laughing so loud, my girlfriend came in and was checking in on me. So yeah, great video. Thank you for that. And always good to see you, man. If anybody is interested, let me shout him out quick and then thank the insane gifter who can't help themselves. Yeah, huge shout out to Malik for another 100 gift bombs. 735 lifetime. Insane. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate it. I really hope you're in a region where subs are cheaper, man. You're gifting way too much. Super helpful, though. Thank you so much. Absolute lunatic. Also, NMG with the 24 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Back to hot takes on all this. The amount that reusable hooks have benefited the things I am building is insane. Everything from weird scroll behaviors to debounced values and inputs to form management to, global states. Hooks are really, really good. They're such a useful primitive for structuring your state. And the idea that your components should control state rather than the state controlling the components was wrong. And we've moved away from that for a reason. People, like, if you come into hooks thinking that they're the same as the previous lifecycle components that React had and everything else did too. The component lifecycle, the idea of you run this on mount, you run this on change, you run this on unmount, is wrong. Because the mount and unmount is determined by state, not the state determining, or is wrong because the mount and unmount behaviors are determined by the state. You unmount the component in a certain state. You change the component in a certain state. The state should drive the components, not the other way. And hooks allow you to command and compose both. It's a really good change. And God, we're going to talk about pure functions. I'm not going to sit here and pretend React components are pure functions. I have never seen anybody talk about React components as pure functions. Yeah. Yeah. I asked AI and it says it's helpful to write components as though they're pure, but they aren't. And I haven't seen people pretend React components are pure. You might be misremembering because before we had hooks, function components were pure because they had no state. They just were input output. And then class components were the impure ones. But with hooks, function components stop being pure FP because they're not. They have the ability to change. You give a component, like is a timer component pure? I render the component, it shows the timer in it, and you click start. It can't be pure. It's different at different times. As soon as you're doing anything interesting, purity isn't really an option. You can't do a reusable thing that is pure if it has any state at all. That is correct, yes. I'd mostly like to roast use effect here. It's simple what a side effect would be. You change a state, and then you need to do some external action, like post the results to an AP. What? Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. Please don't do this. Please. Oh, God, do I have to turn this into a React, like, FYI video? That, it makes literally no... Why would you do that? Fuck, what's my... Oh, the sign. Thank you, chat. I have to remake this meme really quick. Give me a moment. I need to just write this in a real fucking editor. Let me change the print width to make this better. They're prettier config. Change prettier print width to be 45 cares. Snapped. Reload. There we go. Look at that. Oh, I didn't wrap this in parents. That's silly of me. There we go. Get the syntax highlighting to work proper. Cool. There we go. My meme is made. I'll deal with the rest later. Destructive actions should go in the thing that triggers it, not in a use effect. This example even isn't great because chances are you're doing that on a user behavior. Like you're having the submission happen on press of enter or on hitting the submit button, those types of things. The point I'm trying to make here is that the destructive action should be when the user behavior occurs, not as an effect of it. The goal of effects is to synchronize things within React to things outside of React. There's a whole doc on this. You might not need an effect. They're an escape hatch from the React paradigm. They let you step outside of React and synchronize your components with some external systems like a non-React widget, network, or the browser DOM. If there's no external system involved, you shouldn't need an effect. Even if there is, if that external system's only being hit once as part of a user-driven action, it should be done there. Stop putting state in effects. Stop putting shit that doesn't belong there in effects. And chances are, if you're submitting to an API anyways, what you actually want is a mutation. So you should probably use something like the use mutation hook that comes with React Query. God, I see my hair getting frizzier as I get more stressed about this one. God. Like, yes, if you intentionally use React wrong, it sucks. If you treat every feature in React like it's meant to be used for everything, it sucks. Yes, absolutely. Like, if I try to transfer 5 tons of, or if I try to transfer 3 tons of stuff in a fucking Porsche, I'm going to think Porsches suck because I'm using it wrong. Use the right tool for the job. If I'm using a knife to eat food, not a fork, I'm going to think knives are terrible. You're using the wrong tool aggressively here. Honestly, when I teach people React, I avoid use effect for as long as I can. Teach them how to do all of the other things you can the right ways. And then when they hit enough edges that a use effect actually benefits you in, then we start bringing it in. If I look at a real code base, it's gotten a little worse, but if I exclude source front-end components, we only have 85 results across 30 files for our use effect usage. And I don't think most of these are use run on thread update. That we probably don't even need anymore. If no thread ID. Yeah, it's all weird token limit stuff. The problem is that estimate tokens used to be a very slow function. It stopped being a slow function, so we don't need this to be there anymore. I can make this way cleaner now. A bunch of weird focus behavior stuff. Most of it's going to be weird focus behavior and persisting things in local storage. But we use effect very sparingly versus use state comes up over twice as often. Use query comes up a lot. Use mutation, which by the way, we actually don't call use mutation. We have use session mutation and query, and these get used a ton. Use effect is almost entirely used for weird focus management, weird scroll management, and weird browser bullshit. There is no place in our code base where a use effect triggers some external thing like a fucking API call. That's the wrong way to use it. Theo, I bet you use effect the library more than use effect the hook. Absolutely. And funny enough, I actually like effect as an example to go back to here, where we're talking about like the complexity where something becomes useful. Effect TS, the TypeScript, like it's a language built on top of TypeScript, the same way TypeScript is a language built on top of JS. It is a different way of thinking about types in TypeScript and your control flows to make things way more extensible, reliable, composable, and handle all the error type shit. I have a whole video about handling errors in JavaScript, and effect is the end game of it. I have like the 3 tiers of how hard do you want to go on solving these problems. And effect very squarely fits at a certain level of complexity. Mind you, it's not for front-end stuff directly, so it doesn't fit next to stuff like Redux or React Query if we're talking about this as like web application development. But if you think of this as a generic complexity, as your backends get more complex and are doing more annoying things like crazy intermingling of streams like we have to deal with T3 chat, or the hundreds of different async bullshit errors you can hit with something like upload thing, effect becomes really useful. That's why I recommended it to my team. There's a problem though. I still don't know effect. Like I've been working on it more. I started working on a project using it over the weekend. I would not call myself effect pilled. I don't get it still. And a lot of the time I look at effect, I see code that's like, well, why is that so complex? This looks terrible to me. But then I realize and remember and remind myself, I am thinking about this through the lens of somebody not solving these specific problems right now. And when I do, I have solutions and I know how painful those are. Enough smart people who are solving complex problems see the value in this, so I know it must have that value. Even if I can't see it yet, even if I can't appreciate those things yet, that doesn't mean they're not there. It doesn't mean it's not valid. And I still recommend effect to my team and to other developers all the time. We're using it a ton for a lot of different shit that we build. Even though I don't know it, even though looking at it makes me feel like everyone is insane, I recognize that I just haven't gotten over the hump yet, and I don't talk shit on it as a result. I talk shit on effect for things that it does wrong, that get in our way, get in fights with the team, and then they realize I'm right and walk it back, and then we find a crazy bug in Next that was the actual source of the problem. But I don't complain about everyone using it because they're obviously just wrong and lying to themselves. I know that even though I don't use or understand effect that well, that it is an incredibly useful solution to a lot of different problems. My lack of knowledge in the thing does not preclude me from liking it, using it, or recommending it. It just precludes me from like evangelizing it much until I better understand it. You should be able to separate your lack of understanding of a thing from the thing not being understood. If I can't understand it, that doesn't mean it's bad. It just means I don't understand it. There are things that are just bad, like Flutter, but for the most part, if I don't understand a thing, that doesn't inherently mean it's bad. This developer seems to be struggling with that, as he has made apparent in some of his comments. The fact that he's putting server submissions in his use effects suggests very clearly that he doesn't know how to use React yet. And that is fine. You could even make the argument that it's too hard for him to learn React, and that's the problem, but that's not the argument he's making. He's saying everyone using it's insane. Imagine if I was to say, look at effect syntax. You guys are seriously using generators? Who thinks that's a good idea? You're all insane. Why is nobody else saying this? That's very different from, effect seems like a good solution for problems that I don't necessarily have, and it's hard for me to pick up the new syntax. It feels unnecessarily complex for the problems that I need to solve. Those two sentences, or those two statements can come from the same place, but one of them is wrong. And that's the problem, is this author, despite having a good foundation, the start of this article was actually really solid, it falls apart because he's mistaking his misunderstanding of React for a thing that is universal. I have a video I'm planning for a while. I've talked about this in the past a ton of times. The stupidest bug I've ever seen. It's the bug where there was in the React, or in the Twitch dashboard, we have, if I switch modes here, these quick action things. And when an ad is run, the state changes. And all of these have different states. When you're running something, it has a state for it is running. And in the running state, it has a different appearance. It has a timer on it. And then on the completed state, it has a different thing. And then it goes back to the awaiting or the like pending state. The problem is that when you click it, it doesn't call the behavior directly. When I click one run minute ad break, it's not going to run the ad break. It's going to change the state of the button to running. And when it changes the state to running, then a use effect on that component, the new one that gets mounted, that's what triggers the behavior. The devs who create these actions don't have control of the on click. The devs who have these, or the devs who provide these actions, because like this quick actions panel was created by the team that builds the dashboard, the creator team, but these buttons are created by different teams. The ad break button is by the ads team, and we don't give them access to the on click. The on click is a behavior that we deal with. As such, when the user clicks, or as such, when this is clicked on, the creator team changes the state to running, and then the ads team has to have a use effect that actually triggers the behavior. And this has resulted in so many absurd fucking bugs. The most nasty one by far is that when you edit things, if I trigger this so it's in the running state, and then I edit the dashboard, like I move this to a different place, it will, on that update, persist the data on the page. And that includes the state that each of these buttons is in. So if I run the ad and then make a change, it's now persisted in the running state. And now every time I open the page, it's going to start in the running state and immediately trigger that function, because the function, which should be triggered by an on click, isn't triggered by an on click. It's triggered by a weird framework behavior. If the user's expectation is they click a button, the thing happens, your code should be on click, the thing happens. Not on click, this changes, and then that changes, and then that effect runs, and then this API call is made. Put the fucking call in the basket. Put the thing they're doing where they do it. Come on. This is like elementary JavaScript shit. I don't know why people still fuck this up. Everyone over-engineers everything because they want to use every tool in their basket. If I give you a toolbox and a nail, I'm not challenging you to find some crazy esoteric way to nail the hammer. Or if I hand you a fucking piece of wood with a nail in it and a bag of tools, I'm not asking you to figure out how to use every single tool to hammer the nail in. I'm asking you to find the hammer and put the nail in. It's just insanity. And I've seen so much bad code because of all of this. It's insane. Thank you, Malik, for the 100 gift bombs. Or thank you, Malik, by the way, for the 100 gift subs. Really appreciate that. I will emphasize that in my career, I've only seen this like 2 or 3 times ever. And I've read so much React code. I've audited so many code bases. If I've learned anything from that, is that if you're using React Query, you're exponentially less likely to do this bullshit. But beyond that, I've learned so much. And this isn't a failure case I see that often. I see effects misused, but I don't see effects being used as on-click very often. I don't see effects being used as on-change very often, because that's not what it's for, and that's apparently so. If you're using effects that way, you're using them very wrong. And yes, if you're using React that wrong, I see why you hate it. If you're trying to hammer a bunch of nails in with a knife or a screwdriver, you're going to hate knives and screwdrivers. That's just the nature of using things wrong. I hate this. Oh God, it gets worse. My biggest gripe, for starters, is that useEffect is used as a run something after the component mounts. I understand when React migrated from classes to hooks, this was the closest alternative to component did mount. But come on, how is this not considered a huge hack? It kind of is. The reality is that you don't need to do this very often. How often are you actually triggering something on component mount? You're using a side effect hook to initialize the component? Okay, if you have to make an API call from there, I agree that would be a side effect. But if the API call sets state, completely innocuous side effect can make state, okay, cool, yeah. You shouldn't be fetching state and use effects. Don't do this. Don't do this. Like, this is getting a tweet. This is code that they've taken from a production app of a company recently acquired for several tens of millions of US dollars. Redacted it to use house and cat. Don't do this. I want to demo this. By the way, if you haven't checked out T3 chat, it's really useful for random shit like this, where you just want to grab the code without having to OCR and have all the characters be wrong. Look, I just grabbed this code, and now I can throw it in my editor and make code that sucks a lot less. Make a new file. I should have picked a faster model for this. Still no invite for the fucking skate early access. Annoying. Any updates on the Discord? Pointing. Malik, god damn it, man. Appreciate the support, but you don't need to keep doing that. Thank you again. What's the blue mean? Sorry, I'm upset that I didn't get in for this round. Fucking hell. Oh well. Okay, back to where we were. Sorry about the distraction. I mocked out this example because I want to show just how bad it is. We're going to get rid of these console logs where we have these weird effects that are dependent on each other. This is awful. I want to presume that these functions are getting something externally, and we'll even presume that build map is slow. probably not, but we'll assume it is. I have these mocked functions here. We have get linked cats. Let's make this async and delay it 500 milliseconds. Cool. There. Now it's delayed 500 milliseconds. We'll do the same for build map. Make this async and delay it 200 milliseconds. Cool. Fix the async stuff. What's even funnier here is that get linked cats wasn't async in the original example. Otherwise, it would have been a dot then. So I'm actually making a harder example here, something that would theoretically make this even worse. We have demo 2 here. We are doing all this complex stuff where we're mapping, building, whatever. What we want is linked cats, selected cats, house map cats, houses, yada, yada, yada. You get the idea. The only thing here that's actually mutable is select cats. So let's take this, redefine it as demo. I'll make this a new file, actually. Annoying. Okay. So let's just go through and unfuck this. So the first thing that I'm seeing that's really annoying is that these deterministic states that are related to other states, where linked cats creates and gets you the links and the selected like initial value. Then we have the use effect here for building the map after. Terrible. Awful. First thing we need to do is install tanstack query. Hop over to tanstack, click tanstack query. npm install tanstack react query. Cool. Now we need a query. Let's const testing equals use query. And import that from tanstack react query. Cool. We give it a key. This is going to be for linked cats. And we have data. We also have a couple other things. Is loading, error, and a few other useful things that come out of this. We also have the thing we're here for, the query function. Async query function. So what we could do here is just fetch linked cats and return that like we're doing in this first effect. But I'm going to show you guys where this gets really fun. Const linked cats equals await get linked cats. We can just return it and be good to go. But I want to go a bit further because we have other things we care about. We also want to have the selected cat. We'll deal with that in a little bit because more importantly, or also, I don't like that we're just setting it to the 0th cat by default. If we had it select an index, that'd make more sense, but we don't, so it's just dumb. We'll figure out selected cat in a sec. The thing I care more about by far is that at the end here, we have the build map that sets the house map cats. Silly, but whatever. Const house map cats. Oh wait, build map. Okay. Let's delete the things we don't need anymore. Huh. Most of that code just got deleted. We can clear that out. We can clear this out. We still have to deal with selected cat, but we'll do that in a moment. Now we have linked cats and house map cats, which are either existing or undefined. Crazy. And now we can just use them. In fact, we can go further. We can have loading states, which the other code could not have done. If is loading, return div loading. if no data, return div error unable to load data. And if we do this after, then the undefined case goes away because we're using TypeScript, which is a good solution. And now we know house map cats and link cats have to exist because those functions are typed properly. And now all of the code below just works. We're not using the set selected cat right now, but my ideal solution there would be that we take everything else and we wrap it with another component so that we can have the interactive part only exist after we fetch all the data we need. Like, it's not that hard to do. You just grab use query, you write the async code that does all of the different things you need to do, you return it, and then you show it. Now we've handled all those states. Crazy. Absurd. I just, like, if you've never even heard of React Query, refuse to use external libraries, and then reinvent everything yourself with a bunch of use effects in the component, which, by the way, if your state's that complex, don't do it in a component, do it in a custom hook. And you can go make your own use query. It's not that hard to do. But the chaos that we are seeing in this article is so painfully self-inflicted. And, okay, I'll try to reframe this. It is an incredible achievement that React is such a competent framework that developers this incompetent can use it and actually ship at all. It's impressive that despite the IQ of the people who write this code being like low 80s at best, that the code works. That's impressive. That's an achievement. The fact that there are so many people that don't understand the basics of software development, writing code that functions in production, that can be at a company that sells for tens of millions of US dollars, that's an accomplishment. It's pretty cool that this framework enables people that stupid to do anything at all. But yeah, don't fucking do this. Don't do this. If we take this triggered first, second, third, fourth, let's look at this. Oh, this gets triggered on load. This happens, then this happens, then this result comes in. And then the rest is the state of the UI. If we're still loading, we show loading. If we're still waiting for data, or if no data comes in after loading is done, then we show an error. Otherwise, we render the correct state. Or if we go back here, they have a whole section on fetching data. Many apps use effects to kick off data fetching. Quite common to write data fetching effects like this. You don't need to move this fetch to an event handler. Doesn't matter where this all comes from. They give an example of how to use it right here. Do they call out? Yeah, they have a use data custom hook that was made here to solve this problem. You can use a hook like this yourself, or you can build a hook like this yourself, or use one of the many solutions already available in the React ecosystem. They should just call out React Query here, like they really should. It's also of note that most of these frameworks like Next.js, Remix, etc., all have better ways to load data so the component doesn't exist until the data exists. These problems are all solved. I remember how JavaScript promises were considered unwieldy with their thens, and even before then we had callback hell. But literally anything would be better than this. Then look for literally anything else. I understand these issues can be solved by A, moving them into a separate file, which is just hiding the problem. Don't do that. Or B, probably with some Redux or something. But I really don't have enough mileage with it to know for sure. I'm going to go insane. Oh, and I missed them literally referencing React Query. Oh shit, yeah. It's in the use effects section, not that you might not need an effects section, which is annoying. But they do call out React Query, use SWR, and React Router, all as valid options for this. It's hard to build a React app without involving React Query, SWR, React Router, Next.js, Remix, or any of the many different things that can better handle data fetching. I'm going to go insane. Let's talk about the patterns. All of this combined looks ugly and betrays the simplicity that React promised in its Hello World example. But wait, I'm not done yet. I read a blog post from an acquaintance called The Most Common React Design Patterns. Except I don't know what. They're expecting I don't know what? Huh? I was still shocked at how complicated these are and how much mental overhead there is to simply figure out what's happening. All of that just to render a list of items on a screen. The most jarring thing is the article doesn't even acknowledge it. The complexity is taken for granted. People apparently really build their UIs like this and no one bats an eye. Okay, I'm so curious about this article. Hawks. No one uses Hawks anymore. How old is this article? February of this year? No one's using higher order components in 2025. Come on, man. Why is this the first example? No one is doing this in 2025. The reason that nobody takes this article, or the reason I always talk about this article, is that these are bad practices now. No one does that. Render props was a really weird solution from years ago that has been out of date it was out of date when it came out. Container presentation. Oh God, where's this one going? Okay, this one's not as bad. It's you abstract out the loading layer first, which is fine. I mentioned it before. To do this in a way that isn't shitty and pretending that these things deserve pretentious names, what that would be is if loading return that, if no data return that, and then we know we have data, so we return actual demo component with the data already in it. And then you can skip the rest and implement, oh, look at that. It happened automatically because I'm using a competent text editor. Crazy. Absurd. Who would have thought that a fucking AI text editor could literally implement the better solution in 5 clicks and a tab key? Is there a comment section on this? Become a member? I'm doing it. Give me 1 second. His email went to spam. Why would you publish an article in 2025 focused on patterns that have been outdated since 2017? Not trying to be an asshole, just genuinely really confused about why these things keep coming up. It only serves to fuel React haters and confuse people who are trying to learn how to write React correctly. At least acknowledge something like React query in the future, maybe? I am annoyed. Look at all the code he wrote here instead of just fucking using React Query or SWR or anything else. I'm slowly going insane. Oh boy, is the Sohan saga continuing? Fine. Anyways. Yeah, if you're only citing your colleague that is writing an article about things that have been outdated for 8 years, I understand why you think React is more complex, and it's insane that the article doesn't acknowledge it. Here's me acknowledging it. The patterns we came up with before hooks were bad. That's why we made hooks, to get rid of all of those things. We recognize that we recognize now that render props and higher order components are bad abstractions. That's why hooks happened, so we could better abstract our logic around state. You're conflating the solution and the problem as though they're the same thing and they're both problems. That's not my problem to solve. I'm sorry that you had this bad experience learning the stuff, but you're picking the wrong shit. Also, CSS and JS is something I and many React people have never stood for. That's why we like Tailwind. I have a feeling this guy does not like Tailwind. I agree that JSX initially showed that separation of concerns is not separation of files, and that it's actually okay to write your HTML and JS in the same file. But chucking in CSS there too and making it strongly typed, isn't this a step too far? No. I have a feeling you've never even come close to Tailwind. Oh God, the why. It would be too easy to just say React is, well, downright insane and go on with our lives. But as reasonable primates, I believe we can do better. You know, like reading the docs, that would be better. Man, the first third of this was actually a really good setup, and it falls apart so fast as soon as you start confidently talking about a thing you have not read the docs for. I'm once again tripping down the memory superhighway to get reminded of my first job, and a colleague from that job mentioned the jQuery migration project. A super experienced backend engineer, an architect type, and an overall very respected guy when it came to all things software. What I remember most about him are not his technical solutions, but the amount of judgment he'd have shown on anything we did on front end. Looking at anything on the Angular app, he was like, "What the hell are you guys doing? Why does this have to be so complicated?" And it's not that we sucked. We'll pass on that. We too were a no-nonsense crew about the software. It's just that, at the time, through the eyes of a classical backend dev, the entire Angular setup seemed absolutely insane. Remember that diagram I drew at the beginning of this filming session? If you exist to the left of one of these lines, everything to the right of it is the box of bad ideas and insanity. Depending on where your experience ends and where your focus is, everything to the right of the line is going to feel like mental illness. If the backend guy thinks in terms of HTML documents being sent to the browser, he's going to say everything to the right there is insane. If he's actually building a little bit of social media type stuff, he might think Angular is totally fine, but React goes a bit too far, and Redux is terrible. They're building to here, they might think if they're building to here, they might actually quite like React and even like Redux, but stuff like Effect, stuff like more complex UI paradigms, they'll get really stressed about. That's just the nature of how your own comprehension of things works. When you live in the trenches of a thing, the other things all seem insane to you. Like, why is that so complex? You just can't see past where you are right now. What is this? This will be fun.
Take a step back and focus on something else. What I'd like to ask is, what in React still sucks? And I have 3 problems that I would like to talk through. The first one is reusing logic between multiple components. In React, our main building block for our applications is a component, and components form the foundation of the 2 main patterns for sharing code in React apps between components, which are higher order components.
I love this. This is going to distract me way too much, and the video is already too long. Next time. I love Sophie so much. Anyways. Today, I'm roughly the same age as he was then, and I'm here writing a blog post about how React is insane. Some things are inevitable, I guess. But let's rise a step above and try to understand why it could be so. Firstly, I think that we all can agree that most web apps shouldn't even be web apps in the first place. If you view the web as a function of the number of websites and URLs, sure. If we want to talk about what most URLs should be, probably shouldn't be React. But if we want to talk about where most time is spent on the web, that's a very different thing. Most cars are broken down and in dumps. Does that mean new cars should be broken down and in dumps too? No, that's the natural consequence of where most cars go, the dump. That doesn't mean, God, this point always drives me insane because sure, the average website has nothing on it. But that doesn't mean the average but that's very different from the average session. There are way more websites that are really boring, but way more time spent on the web is on the things that aren't. If you take, what do you think gets more traffic? Twitter or 10,000 random WordPress blogs? Well, there's 10,000 of those blogs, so clearly you don't need React. What the fuck are you even saying? Are you using your brain? Are you thinking, sir? If you measure the web by the number of URLs using the thing you like, then you're stupid and bad faith. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have any other way to put it. You're just not thinking this through. The majority of engineers are working on things more complex because those 10,000 WordPress sites could be maintained by 2 people. One component on Twitter probably needs at least 1 person working on it. This is the difference. The level of complexity in the things people are working on isn't because the other 10,000 sites are right and the popular ones are wrong. It's because the popular ones are more complex and do more and need more engineers. More engineers are working in React because more things are being built in ways that need that. And I don't care how you feel about it, you're just wrong. Most dashboards are interactive enough that they benefit from React. The average website's a blog. I don't fucking care about the average website. I care about the average session. Where is the average time on the web? If you were to put the median point for sessions on the web, is that on a static site or is that on or if you take the median point for where a session is on the web, what time is spent where? You think the time is being spent more on static sites or dynamic ones? There's a right answer and a bad faith answer, and I'm scared about which one the author would pick here. Having a simple, dumb server-side rendered page is orders of magnitude simpler than even thinking about React. There's no overhead with API communication. Front-end is very lightweight. Your UI code can be strongly typed if your backend is strongly typed. Good luck writing type-safe HTML on whatever server solution you're using. Good luck handling all the different properties that a div might or might not have. If I do data dash overload equals whatever, that's fine, but overload equals whatever isn't, because that's not a real property. If your backend solution for writing this does that, awesome. There's a good chance it's actually React that you're writing there. Anyways, you're lying is what you're doing. Everything will load faster is false. Watch any of my videos about how HTML renders and how the web works to learn why there. I'm not going to go in depth here. I've already went on enough tangents. You can cache it better because some components are static and remain the same for all users, so you can render them only once, etc., etc. You're just saying words, man. You lose the flexibility to have complex interactive logic at your product manager's whim. No, you lose the ability to have things on the page change when the user does things on it without loading a whole new page. That's only partially true, because I'd wager you can go a pretty long way with just plain JS progressive enhancement before you really get to a state management complex enough to warrant adding React in there. I thought you didn't like the state management in React. I'm going to go insane. Apparently we're only using React because inertia's a hell of a drug and it's the thing that we all picked. We all picked these other things. We all moved off them. Nonsensical argument. And weren't you saying earlier that we're picking random libraries? We're picking random libraries and every React code base is the same. You can't make the inertia argument. You already countered that argument like 5 times in this article. God, how does this fall apart so fast every time? I think the code is bad because making an interactive UI where any component can update any other component is simply one of the most complicated things you can do in software. I agree, which is why you shouldn't do it. You should have your components go top down so that behaviors make sense. If a component can be updated by something else, it should pass the function to do the update to it. Think of any other system you use in your everyday life. Your kitchen sink has 2 inputs, hot and cold, and 1 output, a water running. Your kitchen mixer or power drill might have a button or 2, and still, whatever you do, it only affects the action on the spinning part. Yeah, you're choosing what behaviors are and aren't exposed. The power drill chooses different wattages, but you're not manually switching the wattage and the amperage. You're exposing the functionality that you intend for someone to have access to, the way you do when you design things. The problem is that you didn't design anything in your React code base. You just shit together APIs you didn't understand. Oh, okay. So because everything can update everything, it's all infinite numbers of inputs and outputs, and nothing can ever be clean. So we should just go back to jQuery. No. React makes it way easier to choose what you do and don't expose. So how can we fix this? I'm not smart or in the weeds enough to really solve the problem, but I can spitball some ideas. I'm going to beat you to this one. I have an idea for you, sir. There's this website, react.dev. There's a button on here that says Learn React. You should try clicking it at some point and read through this. You might be surprised at how much easier it is to use React once you know React. Crazy, I know. But just give it a shot, perhaps. Let's see what he proposes instead, because I have a feeling I'm going to get more angry. If we adopt this input-output mental model of a web page as a real thing, then maybe we could start working on reducing a number of its inputs and outputs. On the input side, yeah, this is me saying, go have fewer buttons, which maybe not always or ever is enforceable. But certainly, the less features you have, the more manageable your code base is. I'm gonna go insane. It's straightforward enough to need no mentioning, or is it? Do product managers know that adding 3 buttons instead of 2 will cause 5% more bugs and make any future work on that screen 30% more complicated to design and implement? Not if you build it competently. Why is it that if I told you we need to add Redis on backend, you will tell me, no, we need to curb the technical complexity? I wouldn't tell you that. I would ask why. Why do you think we need Redis on the backend? What benefit do we get? Oh, we have queries that are way too slow? Yeah, we should probably cache those queries. If a product manager asks to add a global app-wide filter that could be applied from anywhere and to anything, you just get your head down and write some monstrosity that people will spend the next 10 years trying to get out of. If it's a global app-wide filter, it probably belongs in the URL bar, at which point it's very easy for everything to access. What the fuck are you even saying? In short, please stop adding so many buttons. I beg you. You could even, I know, crazy, try to remove some of them. This guy just doesn't work on complex things. It always comes down to that, every time. Okay, finally a thing I can agree with. If you are doing traditional pure rendering from the server where the client can't change anything, that is a lot closer to pure functional programming. Input, output, done. But then you have no interaction whatsoever. Yeah, chat seems to have caught on. This is just drivel now. It's gibberish. He's yapping. It's fallen apart. It's sad because like this article opened well. I actually had my hopes up when I started reading this. It just fell apart so fast. Oh, he discovered islands of interactivity. Okay, so you'll Google search for alternatives, but you won't Google search for a solution to the problem. Why do you spend more time writing articles about how bad the thing is than reading the docs on how to use the thing? I would put my fucking life savings on it that this author spent more time writing this article and researching points for this article than he spent reading the docs for React. There's like a 5-to-1 ratio there, probably. There is no way someone can write this while understanding the framework. I left my thoughts. I'm not going to keep reading this. Don't harass the author, please, or the author of the other blog post. I'm just so fatigued about the sheer volume of these types of things. Also, hilariously enough, this guy's not good at building things because some of these links are target blank and some aren't. If you're going to an external source, please target blank the link. If you hate the web, that's fine, but like, god damn. I can't take these people seriously. What are his other posts? Nothing. Okay, cool. I got nothing else on this one. I'm going to go fucking insane. Hopefully I didn't drive you guys mad in the process. Thanks for sticking through this one with me. And until next time, peace, nerds. Every time we get one of these fucking like React sucks articles, I feel like I'm going actually mad because none of them know anything about React at all. Like, is it that hard to read? I'm going to do a thing. 1 second. I'm so sad I didn't get into the skate playtesting. I hate that I have to like pull the semi-famous card. I'm going to though. And yeah, they don't allow streaming for it because it's still very, very early. Is Cuz on Twitter? I feel like I could get Cuz's attention. Apparently, people are getting it now. I've done the best I can. Rip me. Not looking likely, sadly. I'm going to wrap up regardless. It's been a long day. Filmed a bunch. Got some good videos done. Good chatting as always. Thank you, nerds. Let's figure out who we're rating. Let me thank all the subs I missed while I was filming first. Got most of you guys, but Mario Flowers, thank you for that. And Dar.js with the start there as well. Appreciate each and every one of you guys for the support. Oh, Shindig's live? We're rating Shindigs. That was really easy. Have fun with Shindigs, nerds. It's always fun. For spamming him, react to this. Just spam him with that when you get there. It'll be fun. Thank you guys as always. See you next time. Goodbye, nerds. Goodbye, YouTube as well.